grown. And initially, I remember, Madam Kamal, when we started, it was just like the government alone was doing extension. Today, extension players have grown. We are now having many providers, extension providers, and we are happy that this is going on because the government alone may not be able to sustainably provide extension service. And of course, extension models have changed, so it may not be a monopoly to one person. So I really wish to recognize the whole team. I see my brother there is smiling. He also knows we have come from far. Asante sana. So I therefore wish to also thank you. Again, you have been very resilient. Even when things have been difficult, you've really been able to stand strong. So kindly allow me to really appreciate your presence and also the work that is going on. Dona Chairman, we really appreciate the work that is going on. And again, when we see that we are represented from private and public sector, this is the team that we really require. So allow me therefore to read the speech by Mr. Hurricane Tai, CBS, Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock Development, during the first inaugural National Extension Conference in this year 2023. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, agriculture plays a critical, agriculture is critical to global economic growth, contributing approximately 4% of the global gross domestic products, with some of the least developing countries contributing as high as 35% of their GDPs. Agriculture can help reduce poverty, raise incomes, and improve food security for 80% of the world's poor. Agriculture is key to Kenyan economy, contributing about 3% of the gross domestic product, that is a GDP, and another 27% of the GDP indirectly linkages with other sectors. The sector employs more than 40% of the total population and more than 70% of the Kenyans' rural people. The government has put in place the policy framework to guide agricultural development in the country. This includes the agriculture sector development strategy, agriculture transformation and growth strategy, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, what we are calling the BETA, the main micro, small and medium enterprises, housing and settlement, healthcare, and a digital superhighway, and creation of 40 billion Kenya shillings universal service funds, national agriculture sector extension policy, now Kenya agriculture sector extension policy. For effective coordination, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development was restructured into 2 departments, crop development and livestock development. Extension and advisory services cut across all these departments. In 2010, Kenya promulgated a new constitution which gave rise to 47 county governments and 1 national government. A number of functions in agriculture were devolved to the counties, with the policy formulation and capacity building remaining at the national level. The national government has continued to build capacity in extension in various ways. A joint agriculture sector coordination mechanism, what we call the JASCOM, was put in place to coordinate between the national and county governments. The Forum of Agriculture Advisory Services, Kenya, that is KeFAAS, which is housed by the Ministry in the State Department of Livestock, has continued to play a critical role in coordinating both the public and private sector extension service providers, notably among these the National Extension Symposium being held today on Tuesday, 18th April 2023. Its theme of revitalizing agricultural extension and advisory services as a vehicle for agricultural transformation in Kenya is key, with the sub-theme on the sub-themes of one, e-extension approaches, keys of digital connection for farming community, two, integrated pest management, integrating nutrition into extension, and four, extension study findings. Its objective being the broad objective of the National Agriculture Extension Stakeholders Conference is to provide a platform for enhancing realistic agricultural extension service delivery in Kenya, with specific objectives being to provide a platform of advisory advocacy for agricultural extension and advisory services, that is being one of them, sharing experience and best practices for increasing sustainability and improving effectiveness and efficiency in the agricultural extension and advisory services. Also to facilitate networking and develop an interactive platform for information and knowledge sharing in agricultural extension across Kenya, and also recommend policy interventions in the areas hindering envisaged transformation, showcase innovations in extension service delivery in the country, and therefore it is my belief that the agricultural sector stakeholders convened here today will deliberate on all these issues and give appropriate policy interventions to address all these challenges as highlighted. This is therefore my pleasure and thanks to you all as I officially open the forum. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Muhunya. Thank you very much for a very insightful speech and even for recognition of your mentors. So that one is very, very critical. I think now we have officially opened our symposium, and what we are going to do next, I don't know how the program of our chief guest is, because we wanted to get a group photo with the chief guest, and then from there we would be able to proceed. I don't know whether there is anyone with just any point for clarification from the chief guest or from our chair, so that we can be able to take it quickly, and then we could be able to organize. I don't know whether it is still raining. Sylvia, where do you take a group photo? Hopefully it will not rain. So I don't know whether there is any quick reaction or quick comments. Damiri, you want to say something?
Thank you once again. I take this opportunity to thank our AS, Bwana Muhunyo, for gracing this occasion. I also like to acknowledge the presence of our chair. And I would say that we have come a long way. And Kenya used to be known globally, regionally, as a lead in extension. We may not be doing very well at the moment because there are other countries who are ahead of us in Africa, because we know KeFAAS is a cascade of the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Service. And we have about 49 country fora which are doing very well. and which are doing extension. Marawi is doing quite well. Uganda, which used to be behind us, is also one of the main ones. And we know where the bump came. Maybe when we moved the extension. But all is not lost. We still have, our farmers still need us out there. When we were starting, I was telling somebody that when I was doing extension 7 years ago, when I was in charge, I used to tell my officers, do this and do that and do that. Now I'm on the other side, I'm the recipient, I'm a farmer. But you find that maybe when you look for somebody to tell you to do something on the farm, it is not there. It's not there. But we know where the issues are. Maybe some are beyond our nini, what do you call it, you know? With our control, because we also know that extension, there's a time we had a bump when we had the subs. We didn't employ extension providers for almost 20 years. Bwana Muhunyo and Bwana Githaiga, you remember when we were in extension, we were saying our extension farmer ratio was still very, is it low or high? But now it's even worse. Because that gap here, 20 years, when we could not employ staff, it has caught up with us. And that's why maybe we don't have a lot of people on the ground, because majority have retired. We didn't recruit until 2006, I guess. And that time again, we were doing extension, most of it after the first national policy or national extension policy, which was enacted in 2012. We brought other players on board. And I guess that's where we are now. We bring other people on board. We look for modalities so that we can be able to revitalize the extension. And together with the ministry, we can be able to bring back extension where it was. Because the farmers are growing, the farmers are becoming more and more modernized, and we need to improve our value chains in different areas. So thank you very much, AS, for coming to be with us. Thank you, Director ARC, for welcoming us and for being together. This institution should be able to be one of the areas where we can be able to revitalize extension, because it was a source of information, extension materials and all that. So together we can make it. Yes, together we can make it, because we are now so many stakeholders. There are so many methods we can use to reach our farmers out there. And KeFAAS can do a lot together with the ministry together. So thank you all. Thank you for being there to revitalize. Thank you.
So I think with that, if you find the chief guest and the team and all of us, we take a group photo, and then from there we proceed, and you know when the team is ready. So now there is some sun outside. We can just go outside. There are some seats, and then you are going to get a group photo. So just outside here. And go the other way. So let's all move out. Yeah. But we can't hear it. Let's take a photo. Let's vote on 9. Come back. You feel I was not in it. See, Yes, this is yes. Steve Machai. Very well. Sylvia, you can't organize this photo. No. Look at Great. Hello? Hello? No, no, he can talk.
Yeah.
We can talk.
You can even hear you.
Eh?
The online,
Yes,
all you need to do is have one laptop that's the meeting
yes.
that has audio.
Yes.
Then you connect it to this system.
So they cannot talk now.
They can if we have an outreach. Let me talk to the tech though.
Hello, Carl.
Yes, hello.
Hey, can you? That we can hear you.
But using laptop.
What is that noise?
The feedback from the speakers to the.
So we put this off.
Hello? Hello, Carl.
Yes, hello.
Carl? Hello,
Hello, Peter, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly, but there's a lot of echo on the line.
Okay, can you are now is your time? So I want you to you can officially give your keynote address.
Okay, I can try. The sound is not very good in my end. I hope you can hear me.
We can yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for inviting me to give an address to this symposium. I would like to congratulate KeFAAS for organizing this symposium today. I have looked at the program and can see there's a lot of interesting and relevant topics for the extension community in Kenya to talk about. And I was very pleased to listen also to Mary Kamau, re-emphasizing the importance of meeting the different stakeholders in the extension system. I think that is very important. For us, from the global level, I'm representing the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Services. So I am sitting at the global level, and we have Max Olebut to sit at the regional level. And then we have KeFAAS and everybody here in the room to represent the national level. And I would like to emphasize that when we talk with development partners globally, the reason why they find the network of extension interesting is because we have strong national country fora representations where the different stakeholders are meeting, talking like you are doing today. So we are interested as a partner internationally because of you. If we just had a global representation or a regional representation, we would not be relevant to the different partners that we are working with. It is the fact that we can say that, as Mary Kamau was saying, in a broad number of countries, especially in Africa, we have this kind of fora that you meet, where the stakeholders from private sector, public sector, civil society can meet and talk about topics which is relevant for you, have government representative presence, being recognized by government as a voice of extension in your country is an extremely important quality of the country fora. So I strongly advise you to work and strengthen your country, your dialogue in the country, doing events like you are doing today, because it's very important that one of the weaknesses, we heard for many years that there was no public extension people being hired into the system. And I think one of the weaknesses globally of extension is that our voice has not been very loud. We have not been very good at sort of promoting ourselves, telling the sector, the industry, the community, the society, the importance of having strong, well-functioning advisory services, being it public, private, farmers-based or NGO-based. That is not the important point. The important point is that you have a system that is functioning in the country that can support and assist the farmers in progressing in their individual situation through good, strong value chains, which again will reflect in a strong national economy. All countries basically in the world have developed through the backbone of agriculture. You know that very clearly. So that is very important. And for today's topics, I really see sort of the key thing and the key challenge we have had in extension is this capacity of the extension workers and their institutions. And we need to work on that. So on all the other things you're talking about, GMOs, IPM, nutrition, digitalization, it's all links to the capacity and the training and development of the extension officers and their organizations. So very, very key that you are addressing this issue today in the symposium. And I really recommend KeFAAS to work with the national higher learning institutions, which are developing the next generations of professionals in agriculture, to work on embracing all the new things that are coming into agriculture, to work to not seeing extension any longer as a transfer of technology, but as a dialogue with the partners in the value chain on how to collectively improve and enhance the performance of the farmers, of the post-harvest handling, of the processors, of the retailers. So we have the whole sort of, we see it in a more systemic way than we have done traditionally. And that the extension workers are also able to understand the social context of the farmers and not only the agronomic context of the farmer, the economic context of the farmer. I know it's a lot of demands on the on the advisors and the extension workers. But farmers work in a complex production system, and the extension workers need to understand that if you say something on how to improve the seeds, or how to improve the way that you are growing your plants, or intercropping or something, that needs to be seen in a broader context. Are there the labor available to do the things that you want? Are there the economy available to do the things that you want? So I think if we train the new generation of extension workers to work in a more systemic way, and if we help and work with the existing people working with the extension officers to be more in a dialogue with farmers, to work more with and help farmers organize themselves in producers organizations, and use your country as a platform for a national dialogue, for a dialogue with policymakers, for a dialogue with the industry. I think you cannot expect government or others to invest in the extension sector. You are the ones who needs to be the ones advocating and showing that investing in extension does have an impact for the individual farmers, an impact for the farming communities, and an impact for the national economy. If you can carry that narrative forward, government policymakers, people who invest will listen to you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the paper has been controlled. I don't know whether Max is still online. Max? Max,
yes, I am here, Peter.
you can go ahead and give us your remark.
Thank you very much, Peter, and I hope the sound in the room can stabilize so that Paul can hear very well. I'm already seeing him looking around to ensure that he can hear. But having said so, first of all, thank you very much, and all the protocols in the room are observed. Much appreciation to the team from the Ministry of Agriculture, which is here, and the board of KeFAAS, and also to salute our Executive Secretary Carl for his very good remarks, and all the dignitaries that started the opening session. From the KeFAAS as a continental organization, we are very proud of KeFAAS. Often I tell people, when your child does correct things, you, the parent, can walk with your head up. And that is the thing you can only be proud of. So we very much applaud and happy with what KeFAAS is doing. The National Agriculture Extension Symposium in Kenya is coming at the right time, when we are all discussing about how do we ensure that we work together even more closer and more better. So looking at the people in the room, I'm really very impressed, because the majority of you are people whom we have worked with, and it's really very impressive to see how KeFAAS has galvanized all this effort for you to come together. I think we need to build this platform and make use of data for us to be able to come together. In order for us to be able to share information, exchange ideas, share innovations that are happening from our individual institutions, and ensure that we can work together. again, this symposium comes at a time when we are organizing Africa-wide Agriculture Extension Week. Therefore, I would call it a build-up of the coming symposium, Extension Week in Africa, and the ideas that you're going to put together in this symposium will be taken to the continental level. And I also know that some of these ideas will be so Peter, the rumors the best thing is to switch off other microphones and only leave one.
Continue.
Otherwise, with that echo, I want to say thank you very much for organizing this meeting. I will catch up with all of you, and we shall be happy to also receive the proceedings of the meeting. I wish you all very good deliberations. I am with you. We are with you in spirit. And again, we look forward to working with the team from KeFAAS in advancing agriculture extension and advisory services, not only in Kenya, but in the continent. Asante sana, nashukuru sana.
We have from the advisory services, and of course we have had the so I think the issue and we really appreciate the key messages which are very important. So we have so I think we could be able to now go into the presentation where we now what are the key issues. And we do the presentation, then there we'll be able to bring clarity, and then we'll be able to with the progress. One of the key things this morning is that the example of interaction to be able to come with the issue I think I'll just go to my presentation. And the team guests you are invited to come of this. Yeah, feel free to interact. I know you are also a technical expertise in your own lives. So this one will really compete to stand up. And one of the key things here, I don't know where I still have the echo. I would want to send something this one so that we can yeah. This one, this one. Yes. So I want to yes. Yeah. I think that this small one.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm going to present is basically the institutionalization of integrated pest management in agricultural sector. And this one, we have been working very closely with CoopRife International, as well as AAK, that is the AAK Kenya, And we have been working also very closely with KeFAAS and a team. And what we have been doing, we have been training people on some, we call this one the NELC. NELC is the new extension learning kit. So with the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Services, they have talked to us together with the Cooperative International and Agrochemical Association of Kenya, have developed a module which we are calling Integrated Pest Management under the new Learning Extension Kit. And I'll be able to say something about this Learning Extension Kit. This module, I hope I'll be able to capture it. Yeah, I think it's loading. So what KeFAAS has done to try to address the problem of agriculture extension, they have come up with a number of modules. And these modules, one of them is this integrated pest management. So if you go to their website, you can be able to see this website. And within the website, we have this knowledge part. So where we have this knowledge part, we have a number of publications, and we have this extension learning kit. That is the extension learning kit. It should be opening. And this learning kit is where we have the we have the learning extension kit, and this one, of course, it's open access. So they have been able to work on a number of providers to be very clear. So we have these packages, there are quite a number of them, the new extension training packages. So we have the introduction and all that. There are a number of them, but today we are not discussing all of them. Today we will only be looking at one, which is very important, but you can see there is a lot of information which is available for our extension service providers. Now, within this information, we have this integrated pest module. And within this module, they were developed in 2021. And what was important is that this module was actually piloted here in Kenya. And we actually used Mulanga as one of where we worked with the extension service providers. Among them, of course, we have the facilitators guide, the students guide, the workbook, and the PowerPoint, which you can be able to use when you are doing the presentation. And this one is the PowerPoint, you'll be able to see what they have. And I'm saying this one is open access. So we'll be able to say what we have done with it, but it's important to first see what we have within this. So this one is the Integrated Pest Management Manual module, which was developed by KeFAAS. And if you look at it, it has a number of issues when we are looking at IPM, the importance, the benefit, and all that. So it has a number of sections. We introduce that. We look at the definition, the benefits, the principles, and the basic components of IPM strategies, definition, going all the way to who did that, the principles of IPM. There are those importance of IPM benefits, IPM and organic biodynamic agriculture, which was very clear. And we have the unit 2. We have a number of units here. I don't want to go into a lot of details in this because it's not what I'm training, but I wanted you to see what we are, how you're able to prevent this, monitoring, intervention. We have all those cultural methods, biological, chemical, very important methods, responsible use of pesticides. This one has been very key because when we went to the field, we realized that there are a lot of things associated with these issues of pesticides. And we said some of these issues, as you'll be able to see them, can only be addressed by policy. And that is why today we are here together with the ministry and everybody, we can be able to discuss these policies. And we have the academia who will be able also to look at this, what we have been able to find out. So within the responsible use of pesticides, we are looking at the issues of hazards and risks posed by pesticides and how to manage these risks. So we are looking at the issues of poisoning, which is important, symptoms of poisoning, the way you are able to do that. There are many, how they enter the body, the labels in a pesticide, which we realized many farmers do not know anything about those labels. The green, the red, and the those labels are important, how they are labeled and the toxicity, the level of application, the PPEs, and the issues of the residual management. So this one I'm not teaching you. You are just looking at what we have, but you can be able to access it because this one is free access. But I'm just trying to show you what we have been able to do, and then you could be able to look at what are the components of all this. So these ones are the areas of IPM which we have been training, and we have been using this material. Now, this material has been developed through KeFAAS using the global perspective. That is why you can see we are focusing on Vietnam, West Africa, India, and we have actually been able to look at these materials. We customized it, and then we trained the extension service providers in 4 countries, and I'll be able to say which these ones are. So after we do that, we have been able to see it comprises of this facilitator's guide, student or learner's guide, workbook, PowerPoint presentation, and all that. So from there, so we were able to do the pilot in Murang'a County with the county executive service, extension service providers, both public and private, in partnership with the AK. And so far, we have been able to train 100 extension service providers in 4 counties. And all these ones have even been given certificates, and we trained them with AK. This one was in Bukuma County in the western. Actually, we had Takuru, Ebu, and then we had Kiambu County. And these people have certificates, but they have a very good certificate. So the methods which were used, of course, there were a number of methods: pre-assessment, PowerPoint presentation, group discussion and assignment, plenary discussion, actions at the union organization and policy level. Now from there, we look at the phases of pesticide control, where they started with subsistence farming phase, exploitation phase, crisis phase, disaster phase, and IPM phase. With this disaster phase, it has become very, very difficult, but I will not be able to give a lot of details. But this is the history of how it has gone over the years. Today, we have been having a disaster because of chemical control, but now we have embraced the IPM as a methodology of controlling our pests. So when we went out and trained them, there are quite a number of issues which we want to look at today, which came out, which needs to be addressed. The first one, which came out, is that there is very low levels of awareness on integrated pest management among the smallholder farmers. You realize, like things like biological control, the way I was saying, is like not known, or it has not been given out of importance. Therefore, there's a lot of push by some companies on the chemical methods of control of pests. So most of the companies will just push because of the commercial interest in them, which really has a lot of influence on us, and it's so some of these things came up. There are issues that there is lack of harvest in the East African region. This is that when you go to it, at least a month, which are the chemicals and the spray, they are saying that those chemicals are very, very effective. So what you know is that the concentration of those chemicals is different. They are good. costs. Because you are spending. Yes. Now it can be addressed. Because we are the stakeholders. What can we be able to review this? Just of course, in those areas, seeing those who are doing the business. So we So how can we be able to promote these biological organisms, and then we can be able to use them as the smallholder farmers, because it will be beneficial to all of us. So there are none of these facilities. I don't know what the solution would be, but it would be important for us to be able to think about that. And that's why we are saying the other one is that the manufacturers target large commercial farms, because they are very expensive. Some of these products are very expensive. They are good, those biological control methods, but they are very expensive. How do we deal with that? So that one has become quite a big problem. So those are some of the things. There are quite a number of many issues, but these ones are the ones which they brought out, which possibly we may need to deliberate and see which ones require some policy interventions and which others will require some organizational interventions. And then we try to come up with the way forward. So what we need to look at some point when we be guided by the facilitator is how we are going to deal with these issues, particularly at the organizational level and at the policy level. How can we be able to address some of these issues? So we need to look at them. And then, because these materials have been developed and they are very, very important to us, and they are available, how can we institutionalize IPM in our agricultural institutions, university, TVET, or NGOs, such that we have a common message whereby our lecturers are able to give these messages in an integrated focus. So I don't want to go into a lot of details, but all this information is available. But I just wanted to give the first level of thinking of how we should be able to look at this in relation to IPM, because it's very, very important. And then from there, we should be able to move to the next level. So I think I'll stop there. That is the end of my presentation. And I want to thank you for that. So I don't know whether we'll be able now to take the other presenters. Yes, Pam.
Thank you. On the issue of concern, I'm wondering where you place anything.
Asante sana, Peter. I'm just wondering, among those issues of concern, where would you place the issue of use of chemicals locally, chemicals that have been banned elsewhere? You haven't mentioned that, but that's a major issue because it's happening. I know it's happening even in my own village. How do we deal with that as extensionists?
That is great. That is important. It's another point to be able to look at. I think it was also within that framework of trying to say of misuse, but it's good we can bring it specifically for using DDT, which has been banned, and other products in this country. What can we be able to do? Those are the questions we are talking about. Yes,
thank you, Peter. That was very, very informative. And I think all of us as stakeholders, we really applaud what you have done. But my worry is, now that we have the AS of Agriculture, and also the representation from the livestock department, I think for us, it's very, very crucial that this program be rolled out. These issues you have talked about, they are very, very important, very, very key, especially for us, and especially as it relates to the human health. It is true that some of these chemicals, they are aggravating the non-communicable diseases. And you've done 4 counties. I think that we should have some, by the time we leave this meeting, I think we should have a very, very clear way of rolling out to all other counties and making sure that even this information is accessed through the radios so that people are sensitized. Because people have, I mean, they do that. It's like I don't know whether they don't know or they are not aware that these things is going to affect them. I have a case where a girl child who was in class 8, the mother went to Roiro Market to buy tomatoes for food. And when she's the one who was cooking and she loved eating tomatoes. So this child ate a lot of tomatoes as she was cooking. That child did not survive the night. She died. And the mother was saying anything she ate, which was out of the ordinary, which the other people didn't eat, was the tomatoes. But then where is the reproach? I mean, who do you go to see? Who do you tell? You know, you just suffer alone. And I'm sure there are so many of these things happening. So I'm happy that the policymakers are here because I think it is very, very critical that we address these issues.
Thank you very much. That is important. Just to add something, when we went to EBU, they were so moved that they are developing the integrated development plan and they incorporated this and gave a budget.
Yeah. Thanks, Peter, for that presentation. Very interesting. Just to add on the issue of the non-communicable diseases, I think the critical thing here is we need to work with Ministry of Health. We need the data. If we don't have the data, then we can't really have a strong case to show that there's a link between the chemicals and the diseases or the prevalence of certain diseases in our hospitals. So we have to find mechanisms of tracking this and showing and building a very strong case. We've done that with, for example, we've tried to collect data on milk safety and trying to link milk safety and prevalence of certain diseases in our population. So I think data is key. And then a question on the 100 extension workers that you trained. Could you just give us a little bit of a profile of who were they? Were they public extensionists? Were they, private service providers? Were they the agrovets? It would be nice to see, who you targeted for the training. And then a last thing is around IPM and this problem that we are discussing, and whether IPM is going to be the solution. Is it the magic bullet that we think will solve this problem? So thanks.
So thank you very much. I will respond to that.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is maybe to emphasize the issue of the use of chemicals. When I used to be in extension, you would find that some of the farmers, they knowingly know the problem with the pesticide. And then you would find a farmer growing a portion of their crop for consuming at home. Na wengine, hiyo ingine ni ya watoto wa Nairobi. They don't know even their own children, maybe they stay in that Nairobi. And you would find a plot very much invested with the pesticide, but you hear farmer telling you, hiyo ni yetu ya kutumia na hii ingine ni ya kuuza. So I think it is the issue of, some of them they know, but they don't care because there is no that control unit that will tell them this one, if you do this, you'll be prosecuted or something like that. The issue of maybe even KeFAAS can also be able to assist us on the ground, because you would find even some farmers even spraying vegetables with acaricides. And you imagine how lethal it can be. Knowingly or nini, because theirs is about money and killing the pest. But the after effect, I think that is the issue that should be really be capacity built on these people. Because we used to have a program before maybe in the 80s and late 80s and early 90s, the safe use of chemicals. Safe use of chemicals, how to protect ourselves and something like that. So some of these things, maybe we can be able to redo them again, because farmers are coming up. There are those who don't know, like you were saying. And when you imagine something like mogoka, which is eaten afresh, you are injecting directly. And even in the supermarket, sometimes you go and find tomatoes with the fresh, spray a dawa, you can imagine. Yeah. So these are very serious things. And you can imagine the diseases that are coming up. Cancer is like every other day thing because of some of these issues. We should take it seriously, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mary. We have Dr. Nkrumah.
Thank you very much for that very good presentation. I just want to add that the issue of ethics and integrity comes in very strongly, because you cannot police everything. And unless people have that in them, the fact that nobody is seeing you doing it, but you know it is wrong, just having that conscience, it is a very critical thing that we need to cultivate in society, so that people actually learn to value human life over money. So ethics and integrity, it comes in strongly.
Thank you, Peter. That was a well-comprehensive presentation. My concern was on the harmonization of the quality standards. You talked about the chemicals that come in. For a farmer, or even maybe the extension office also may not know the difference in the standards. I'm looking at it. How are we going to control what comes in? And beyond controlling what comes in, what role as extension can we do to ensure that the farmers' capacity are built to understand that these chemicals, though they're the same ones we have here, they are different qualities or they have different concentrations, so that the farmers may not just use the concentrations that they are using. Like now when you buy, you know, this is what I spray in the one I bought in Kenya. This one has come from Tanzania, maybe it's more concentrated and it becomes more lethal. What role are we going to play, or how are we going to come in to bring a change in that?
Thank you very much. I think that one is a very big question, because they are talking of the polar border. Do we have another one? Before, let's take 2 or 3 more, because we are going to discuss. And then I give the CAS to respond. Yes. I don't want to give a chance for a question. But it's good.
Thank you, Peter, for the elaborate presentation. What I only wanted to add in is that a question is asked about the magic bullet, but of course, a number of other extension methodologies could come in handy. So now that the field school methodology is fully embraced, and we have a number of programs actually rolling, government programs rolling out the field school methodology. And it is quite key because the emphasis is on usage of chemicals, and these will go hand in hand in trying to actually reduce exposure of all those consumers of these particular products. Thank you.
Experimentation in the farm, and it will be clear. So let's have one more from Machan, and then we get the AS so that we can break for tea. I'm sure we'll be able to have a session for discussion.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think that was a wonderful presentation. Mine is just, I think for those of us who have been in agriculture, IPM now is not a new terminology. We have stayed with it since when we were in colleges and things like that. So my concern is at this level now, do we have an IPM for a particular crop that we can confidently say, if we use this, then we get a full control, or it is successful? Because I feel that IPM alone may not be a standalone in a particular production system of a particular crop. And we can just do with tomato, the one which we have been discussing. In tomato today, yes, Tuta absoluta is a pest, and it has become a great threat. Again, on the same particular crop, the problem of blight and bacterial wilts have become very common. So do we have a broad spectrum IPM measure that can withstand the pest as an insect and the disease, so that we can tell the farmer, if you use this IPM, then you are sure of harvesting something? And are we linking this IPM with the soil issue? Because some of them are soil borne. Because what happens if your soil is full of pests and diseases or something like that? If you pick an IPM system, will it work? So I hope in the guidelines there is a way of having a common control measure like that. You know, if your soil is clean, free of diseases, free of pests, then if you try this IPM system, then you can easily succeed. Or something like that, that interconnectedness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Machan. Very critical. It's only that Benson is not here. He's AAK, and we have been working with him. But what I think he was telling us, because we are working with AAK very closely on this, of course, we are not discouraging the use of chemicals. What we are trying to promote is safe use of chemicals. So as much as use all the other methods, but safe use. And then there are so many other biological methods which have come up, which possibly are new to our smallholder farmers. They are expensive, so we may need to really focus and see how can it be packaged, and then it can be taken to a place. But those ones are quite new, which they are working allowed. So before I give to the AS, I can see Nani has left, but I wanted to say that our focus for every county, we are focusing on 25 extension service providers. We are working with the CEC, like in Bugoma, we are really helped by law and the new CEC, and we have entire extension spectrum, both public, private, and agro dealers. We brought them together. And what was important is that they have not been talking to each other. They know each other, but they have never sat together and they are discussing a common problem. So they were like, oh, this is very interesting. So it was very interesting that they can talk to each other. And we are looking at how they can be able to promote this IPM with the issue Dr. Nkrumah has said, ethical behavior, the ethical behavior of them and the farmers. So we discussed quite a lot, but I'm sure we brought a lot of other things. The other thing is that we also have to see how we can be able to work very closely with the Ministry of Health because of data. And of course, those ones are some of the way forward we would be able to agree coming out of this place. So let me give Bwana Muhunyo to give possibly his response and question, and then we could be able to break for tea.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was a good presentation. I was avoiding the scenario of me answering questions. That's why I thought of asking, but it's all the same. Now, you know, the issue of the food value chain is complicated. And maybe from the discussions that we've been having here, and we'll also continue having the same, you will find that you may try to equate this, for those of us who are religious, to the gospel. That is from which, whatever religion you come from, you always ask yourself one question. Why must we go to church or the mosque every week? Why must we go every week, every Sunday, every Friday? Yet, we always say God is supreme, He is all powers, He is everywhere. So once you realize that that is the case, then why do you have to be reminded? I'm asking you that question. Why must you go to church every Sunday? Now, you realize that when you look at food, it is just like religion. You may find that a pastor or a reverend can converse to you that it is easier to preach to somebody who is totally ignorant than to preach to somebody who is half-baked, who has some information, but not adequate information. And that is why, as Madam was saying, you find a farmer growing something small for the family, that is a nuclear family, and then applying a herbicide for the market. That person is not ignorant. But partially, yes, because as again you say, the person doesn't know that the same will get the son or the daughter in town. The person knows that this is poisoning the other person. Lakini yeye anadhani ako safe. So that is why it becomes a bit complex when it comes to the issue of the food value chain. This is even more complicated, again, as it was indicated, because of our attitude, our ethics, our behavior. We don't value each other. We are so selfish. When we say as Kenyans, we are it is not only on the food value. We are complicated. Kenyans are complicated human beings because if you look at a household as a unit and you look at the integration of all the activities in the household, there is even corruption within the family. Is that not so? Yeah, because that is why mtoto anafanya class 8 anaanguka, alafu unaenda unachukua hata karoni, unaenda unakuja nayo pangani nayo, alafu unapatiana mtoto achukuliwe na unajua hali yangu. So what is the difference between that and this chemical that we are a chemicide that we are applying? So what I'm trying to bring out is that we have missed the point from the word go. It is our ethics, it is our characters that are ruining our own systems. And this requires a kind of orientation even in our extension thinking. To give an example, we are all extension providers. You know, sometimes it is good to start challenging ourselves. We also have baked. Why? Because our main source of market is the supermarket. I'm even more worried with those who are younger or the youngsters because they are not even cooking at home. One ready food from supermarkets. Do they have any idea of what was used? You go to a supermarket, and I'm not fighting business. You go to a supermarket and you find that you will never see a house fly in a supermarket. Yet there is a lot of good meat, fish, and everything displayed there. And I'm not implying anything. I'm not making any implication. But you ask yourself, how are we able to keep all the house flies and any insect in we cannot enter? Is it because they are prevented by the guards? Ask yourself that question. And who are the main consumers of those foods? It is us. You may find that those who are totally what we would call ignorant in the village may not be having as much problems as ourselves. How we wanaenda kwa kichaka wanatafuta terere, managu, and the like. That is point number one. Point number two, we find that we need to have a dialogue together as a family to ask ourselves, where did the rains start beating us? Because the way we are headed and what we are getting from this, you find that this is a replication of all the 47 counties. Let us not just look at maybe Moranga because of crops, because you go even to Algeria, you go to the other places where we are having livestock. What are the issues there, especially on food safety? And we always integrate back. So I'm just saying that we have a lot to do. First, we have to refocus on that house of Babel. We tuko kwa hiyo boma, tunaingia tanzi zingine hata hatuelewani, because the companies that are selling won't get profits. And that is why we use any method, any system to sell. I mean, some of us are also in business. And when you have stocks you can aggravate, then you don't say that I want to tell the truth because the truth will keep my stock. Utawauza, So kile uko nacho ndio unasema hii ndio mzuri, but who told you that? Si ni supplier na yeye si ako na agenda yake. So I'm saying there is a bit of a complexity in our food systems where we've been focusing on what is being put on the table. Actually, when we say food is not safe, it is only when it is on the table. But we've not focused on the value chain, even from our soils. Our soils heavy. To give an example, again, the young generation, I fear for you. You like chips. Yet we are saying that our potatoes, Irish potatoes, have a problem because our soils are sick. We have even to import seeds from New Zealand and other countries because our soils have a problem with the bacteria, with all those problems. Have we tried to diagonalize how that filters to the plate of chips? Yeah? And then look at our environment, climate change. When I was young, and Madam Mary Gamau can attest to this, where we came from those sides of Moro, we were farming in the forest. And those times you would plant potatoes without things like fertilizers, and we could never spray. You just plant potatoes, all you needed to come and do is to do the earthing, kuweka mchanga. And that is it. And then you are able to harvest and get very good produce. Attend to that today. You will not get even those ones that cannot get to do kabisa, si ni kweli? So what has happened to our environment? I mean, we need to ask ourselves, as we look at the table, then how do we handle these issues of climate change, environmental pollution, and all this? To give a sad example, and again, Madam Mary is a witness. We went to Rwanda, in Kinagines Charo, when they were doing the cleaning of Nairobi River. We were doing this informal settlement survey, and then remember we could not be allowed to go to where they were doing farming in Rwanda. They used to have armed guys who could not allow you. So you need to peana kashiringi, tukubaliwe kuenda ndani. Yeah, it is like a supermarket, minus only the smell. Because there is the smell is heavy, but there are no insects. There are no houseflies, there is nothing. Sukuma wiki nayo is shining. Sindio, spinach, it is sparkling. Then you ask yourselves, where does that head to? The same supermarket where we say, sisi unatokea kazi jioni, you are married. So where do you go? It's the same supermarket. And what do you buy? Niyo. Huko we don't grow something like a sweet potato. So those of us who like sweet potato, we are safe. And I'm sure you have heard of cases where we transport mchanga from Murang'a, at some parts of Kiambu, so that when we get the ndomas from Hawaii, you know, they are black, they are murky, they are black. We have to wash them and also waweke kwa mchanga. Ile mchanga yetu, ile ya red, alafu wambie ya kutoka nini ya kutoka Murang'a. Si ni kweli? Hii ni red yetu. So I'm just saying that what we are suffering from is partial information, even ourselves. So we didn't need to start with our asking ourselves, are we healthy? Are we safe? Ourselves. Then we go to start preaching to the others. So we really need to come and sit down as a family, looking at what we may call the food value chain. Whichever food item we are talking about, then we should ask ourselves who are involved from the soil, to the seed, to the production, to the harvesting, management, and all that. Until we are having that food on the table. Previously, we were having some challenges with the health, but right now, I'm happy to say that we have now agreed. It doesn't matter whose mandate it is, but it matters what the Kenyan eat. So right now, we are having issues now on food, and that way now we are calling it food and nutrition security, not just food. And therefore, we are working together on how we should now be able to work together. And it is true, they are having a lot of statistics. If we are able to work together with them, sometimes we put some, I think 2-3 weeks ago, we were having a forum with them on agri-nutrition. Then we were asking them, why don't you take these statistics to State House? These are statistics on our health, especially the non-communicable diseases. They are warning. The situations are warning. Even our water, every si hata maji tunakunywa nyumbani tunasema hata hii, you see, this is where again partial information is. See, right now we say this is the safest water. Again, I'm not saying it is not safe. But do you know some people wanaifanyia huko Kirinyaga Road and others, mpaka they are even wanaiba maji ya kwetu Serengeti water, Madam Kamau, wanachukua tu chupa wanaenda na Wasco wanaweka halafu wanasiri, and then we are comfortable in big hotels saying I cannot take water from any other company near Serengeti waters. They care. That is the scenario. I'm sorry to put it like that, but it is also good for us to do this. Then, I know we are now, I will be interfering with the appetite for tea. So as a ministry, we are restructuring, and we have now come up with a directorate on what we are calling pest control and food safety. Because previously we have just been doing pest control or pest management without caring how it affects the food safety. So now that is one directorate, and therefore I believe as we move on, and remember, as extensionists, we are the activists. Let's put the activism low, and let's put this agenda. I would be very happy if from the private sector, unajua sisi serikali tunaogopaga kwa sababu kesho unaambiwa kanyaga nje. If from the private sector we are able to agitate even for the government to develop a cabinet memo, a cabinet memorandum that will give directions. But first of all, let our producers, let our handlers of food not be like those people going to church every Sunday. Let them be converted once. Then what happens to the pastor? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a cabinet memo is very, very important. And of course, we are the people who should be able to spearhead that, because most of us are in the private sector. And that one, I'm sure with the blessings of the ministry, it will be very easy for us to be able to work around there. So there are so many issues which will come out, but because it's time for tea, I would like to invite Daphne to pray for tea, and then we break for tea for 30 minutes. We come back and now we have the other presentations.
Yeah, those online, we are going for tea. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to share together and for the meal that has been prepared for us. We pray that you sanctify it for our taking, for it is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So thank you very much. There are some questions from online team, but we'll be able to pick them. So let's break the teas just outside here. So 30 minutes, then we come back. So hii ni yangu. introduction? Oh, you did? Let me see who else did not introduce. Where would you introduce Daktari? Daktari would introduce. Nani wako ameintroduce? You had introduced yourself? No. Okay. This one you are introducing because of the online participant.
Oh, all right. Yeah, right now?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Festus Njogu from Agriculture Information Resource Center. I coordinate mass media services, that is radio, video, and print services. Yeah.
Asante Bwana Njogu.
Is it morning or
It is morning.
It's morning. So good morning, everyone. I'm Eva Koech from the Kenya National Farmers Federation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Grace Moretti here from Brits Agribusiness Center, the guys running the Farmers Call Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith from Brits. Thank you.
Okay, Faith from Brits. So who else had not introduced? Sophia, we want you to bring those people idea so that we can continue. So I think everybody has now introduced myself. I'm sure you have your badge. So that one is important. So I would like to be the next presentation. What, Oscar? Yeah, we are going to the next presentation. There are quite a number of issues which came out. I think before Oscar sets the ground for digitalization, there was a participant online who said, I agree with the speaker about the safe use of chemicals. My contribution is if we can include ethics in extension, because this is what is lacking with the farmers. The apparent attitude is dangerous, where the farmers are using chemicals and feeding to the urban markets. Ethics and integrity is key. And I think that one agrees with what Dr. Nkrumah said, we're able to look at. So thank you very much for that session. So at this time, to invite our second presenter for today, Oscar. Oscar will be able to take us through the issue of digitalization, what we have been able to do, and the key issues of concern. So, Oscar.
Good morning, and welcome back after a healthy break. This one. My name is Makoa Oscar, and I work with KeFAAS. I'll be making a presentation on digitalization of extension services, a case of digital connectors for Murang'a County. Digital connectors for farming communities, a project that was piloted in Murang'a County. So KeFAAS has been implementing this project that we call digital connectors for farming communities in Murang'a County, working with the youths to help them start businesses, and from that businesses be able to offer extension services to the community through digital platforms. That means that they incorporate the idea of ICT. Digital connectors for farm communities, as we abbreviate DC4FC, is one of the 11 third-party projects within the AIT project that is being implemented in 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. The AIT project is funded by the EU, and the financial administration is managed by a consortium of 3 organizations, that is FARA, ASARECA, and EAFF. The objective of these digital connectors for farming communities is to be able to support socioeconomic inclusion of rural women and youth through their engagement in agriculture extension. In Kenya, it's thought that we as youth, because I'm also a youth, we don't like agriculture because maybe we think it's a dirty job. But agriculture is wide, from the farm along the value chain. There are so many opportunities along that chain that the youths can take advantage of. So in this project, at the end of it, we expect that the youth that have been trained, they can start their own businesses within the agricultural value chains, and at the same time, be able to provide extension services to the community as they earn a living. So far, we have 7 youths who have been trained. As we started, we envisioned having 10 youths, but along the way, 3 dropped out because of 1 or 2 reasons. As you can see on the photo, I don't know if it's very clear, but this was like a graduation workshop for our digital connectors. With our partners, KeFAAS was represented, Edge Connectors, the county government. So the idea was that we train the youths, support them, and because the trainings were always online, because Edge Connectors is a French organization, the training was through the Google Classrooms and Zoom, so they needed data. And as youth they are, maybe they could lack the financial sources to make sure that they are on for the training. So KeFAAS supported and coordinated the trainings, bought bundles for them, and we issue them with tablets to help in trainings and also to be able to offer extension services through digital platforms. And we were joined by 3 of the 7 that are here. At least we shall give them 1 minute each so that we can hear from the horse's mouth. This project was implemented in partnership with other organizations, inclusive of the Edge Connectors, who trained the digital connectors, KeFAAS, FARA, and Mavok and Kangari IPs, because we needed a platform or a space to incubate the digital connectors, and also the Murang'a County NARIG project. So far, we have completed the first year. The project is to take 30 months, 2.5 years. We have only done the first year, and already we have success stories. As you can see, this is one of our digital connectors, Margaret Mbau. She's on her farm. This called Azola, maybe she can tell us, because she's here, she can tell us more about it. And here, she's training a group of farmers using the tablet and a projector on poultry breed selection. So you can see already, she's in business and she's offering extension. On the next page, we have another one. This Julius Waweru is also here with us. He operates a nursery bed. He sells seedlings. And here he's also training farmers. So this is the impact that we envisioned, whereby you can, the youth can create businesses for themselves and as well be able to offer extension to farmers. And Julius has a very active online platforms on Twitter and Facebook, where he's always disseminating extension information. And it has already grown because it has a very large membership. So in this project, we identify some gaps and challenges. There's a very high extension to farmer ratio. For instance, in Muranga County, the ratio is 1 to 3,000. So it's really very difficult that an extension officer can reach 3,000 farmers within 1 year. And that's where we thought the issue of digitalization can really help to bridge this gap. Also, the youth are not so much involved in agriculture and extension. For instance, the IPs that we are working with, the innovation platforms like Kangari, the youth membership out of a total of over 1,300 is less than 5%. So you see that the issue of youths with agriculture is a bit a challenge still, but we can think of a way to salvage that. Another challenge was the unmatched capacity of farmers to access digitalized information extension. For instance, if you are offering this extension, like what Julius does on Twitter, he always holds Twitter spaces where people can ask questions and get answers in real time. For instance, my mother in the village maybe cannot access that. We need to think of a way to assist these farmers to also get this information digitally rather than waiting to be visited by an extension service provider. As I already mentioned, this misconception that farming is dirty for most of youths, because if I have done my degree, I rush to the urban center, leaving farming to my elder mom, my elder dad, that reduces productivity. Also, there was a challenge of extension services, really scaled down after devolution. And to us, that was more of a policy issue. We need to think of policies that will really support extension services at the county level. So we had a few recommendations. We have already seen success with our project. As you have seen, they are already in business and offering extension. It's important that we can have a critical mass, a critical pool of digital connectors spread out to other counties so that other counties and other farming communities can really benefit from this. We also recommend that the two governments, the national government and county governments, wherever they are having these projects or programs within the agriculture sector, to really incorporate the youths so that we can also feel part of the process. The issue with farmers not able to access the digital extension information, that really need to be looked at and their capacity to access to be enhanced. We should also look focus on the value chains and identify those areas that are more attractive to youth, because farming is not only about planting, working on the farm, even offering extension services, marketing, transportation is part of that value chain. We need to look at our policies and develop policies or have policy recommendations that will support digitalization of extension services in our country. We also recommend that the extension service at the county level need to be revitalized, because that has been the case seen in most of the counties in the country. Provision of extension services is not a one-party activity. For instance, we have been successful in our project because we have involved so many partners, the county government, the producer organizations, and other partners. So that if we work together as a team, because our goal is the same, we'll achieve better results. Maybe some things that we need to deliberate on or discuss. What could be our policy recommendations that this team could recommend that will support digitalization of extension services, because we have seen it is effective and it can reach more farmers? What steps, what measures should be done to revitalize our extension services at the county level? And at the organizational levels, what are the action points that will encourage youth to partake in agricultural activities? So thank you very much. I would now like to welcome our 3 digital connectors, just 1 minute each, so that we can hear from them what the project has been about, how they've gained from the project, and what they can recommend. Yes.
Hello and good morning. My name is Mother Irimo Nderi. I'm one of the DCs. You've heard we are 7 of us. We've been through training for bankable business development, where we've gone through a series of modules for developing bankable business plans. And also they have focused on digitalization of the extension, whereby, as he had said, we were given tablets, seeing is believing. And also we were taught, if I can open, we have an app, they gave us an app of Power Director for editing, shooting and editing short professional videos for extension, whereby I shoot a video, then I can put in my WhatsApp, Twitter, as Julius do, and farmers can access that. We were also given data the whole time. The meeting was through Zooms, and we were introduced to Google Classrooms, where we can also train our fellow youths. So I think doing agriculture digitally is the way to the pathway to prosperity, right? Please support us. Thank you.
Oh, we have 2 more, Margaret.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Bao. I'm from Muranga County. I'm an extension service provider. Also, I'm a farmer. I have chicken, I have KeFAAS. So through this training of IT project, I have learned how to make to shoot professional videos and photos, which I disseminate information, agricultural information, to digital platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. So through that, I'm getting linked to more customers. At least napata farmers who are asking for my product, like Kuku, Azola, BSF. Also through this training, I've able to develop a bankable business model, where I've identified the gaps which are there in agriculture, the challenges, and how I will navigate them, like in these digital platforms. Thank you.
Julius. Good afternoon. I'm Julius Overo. If you like it better, call me the farmer guide. That's the farmer guide. Yeah, the farmer guide. So you go down on Twitter @_ the farmer guide. @_ the farmer guide. I'm repeating this because I'll be tagging you in the next few minutes. So like you've heard, I'm one of the beneficiaries of the digital connectors, and I believe this is the most outright time for us to thank KeFAAS and European Union. Before I became a DC connector, I just used to give services in the most traditional way. Make those farm visits, unaenda unakuta mtu umpati. You understand how you used to give those services. So nowadays, I can just hold a Twitter space, like yesterday I had one. So every Monday, the farm visit that I make over the weekend, I make sure that I go and review them and a Twitter space on Monday. So if your farm, you probably have a problem that suits the problem that I saw, so you learn. So the best thing that I can say, or I can urge the youth, is that one thing, you people need to empower us. If KeFAAS did not empower us, we could not be here today. So there's that aspect of being empowered. And to be empowered, I would add one thing. There's the financial bit of it. I'll start with the financial bit of it. I didn't have a nursery. I used to, like Oscar has some seedlings. I go gather with the knowledge that I have. I go gather the seedlings from Oscar. Then I go give the seedlings to the farmer. But with KeFAAS, I'll be able to establish my nursery. And from my nursery, I do believe that I'll have some demo farm on it. So I'm sure that I'll still charge you for my visit. The other thing is, I would really wish that you people could give us the platform, the networks, and such other things. Because it's through those networks that we've been able to meet people like Sylvia. She really taught us on how to make those videos and pictures. I'm not so good in taking videos and pictures, but for now, if you go to my Twitter handle, you see that those pictures kweli zimechukuliwa, eh? So, so on the other hand, I would really like that for my case, and I'm trying to recruit that lady down there. She's Margaret. She has done environmental science. I've done agribusiness management. So I'll really urge watu wenye wako hapa. I'm starting 2 initiatives. One, trees for food and nature. Trees for food and nature. So that's one, simply because I'm running a nursery. I'm helping people grow fruit seedlings. And again, we're in the era of climate change. So we need trees. So my first initiative is on trees for food and nature. For food, we'll beat food insecurity, right? For trees, there's part of conserving nature, and again, beating the food, the climate change, yeah? Then there's the second one. I'm calling it the farming FEB. FEB, F-E-B. So one, food. Food comes first, right? Secondly, environment. Remember, we are still on the business of seedlings, right? The third one will be business. So to me, business is coming third, simply because I've done BSc Agribusiness Management. So I'll still sell my seedlings. I'll still advocate for other youths to sell seedlings or venture in other things, but still making money. At the moment, I can pay my bills simply because KeFAAS empowered me. So if you'd like to probably see a way that you can help us as youth, because I cannot do it alone, right? I'll need several youth to come to my fold. But imagine, hawa youth watakuja aje kwangu na mimi bado sitaweza kuwalipa. Si ndio? Remember that in agriculture nowadays, tunasema the old tools. I no longer need a hoe and a jembe to go to shamba. Si ndio?
So all we need is this digitalization. Mimi nimekaa hapa saa hizi, I hope everybody can understand Swahili. So mimi niko hapa saa hizi, I'll post a clip showing very well how to plant an avocado seedling. You do your 3 by 3 meters by 3 by 3 foot. Then you do your manure, you do you understand the whole thing. Then you want to carry the whole thing from acquiring the right and certified seedling all the way to the post-harvest handling. So you can imagine you have a very long way to go. You don't have the money. You are not yet fully capacity built. So KeFAAS wako hapa wametusaidia. So kama kuna mtu mwenye ako hapa, it's my appeal for you people, for us the youth. Sio mimi peke yangu. If there's somebody who is here na anaweza kusaidia, just chip in. KeFAAS wametusaidia mahali tumefika, si ndio? So wewe na wewe sema utaingia mahali, then you push us further. You can even opt to give to capacity builders further, si ndio? Yeah, that's my appeal for now.
Thank you very much. As you have heard, we have had successes. The digitalization of extension services can solve our extension to farmer ratio. Thank you very much. I would like to give the session back to the chair.
At some point, anybody, yeah, there is daktari ako na swali. Wewe simama tu hapo, daktari anakuuliza swali. Nani mwingine ako na swali?
Actually, mine is not a question. I just want to appreciate so much the work that is happening and the way that the youth have been capacity built to offer extension digitally. I just, it reminded me of what is in the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy. One of the proposals there is actually to hire 3,000 digitally equipped enabled youth to offer extension. So the strategy is already supposed to be out there. And I don't know whether this has anything to do with it or whether the people who are in the government, is there anything happening towards actualizing that proposal in the strategy? Thank you.
Yeah, proposal. Mahunyo ametoka lakini. Oh, I can see there is 1, 2. There are 2 senior guys there.
Yeah, thanks again for that presentation and also to see, the face of youth in agriculture and the attempt to digitalize the sector. I know there are many issues that probably we know that the average age of our farmers is 63. The rate of uptake of digital solutions is for that farmer category is very low. So I just wanted to know if they're also targeting more younger farmers than the older ones. And the question of, I know Julius mentioned that somebody pays. So I'm very curious, do people pay for advice when you give them digital advice? Are they paying for it or what is the business model of this digital youth agriculture?
Very good. What business model you use? What one you capture?
It's coming.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, presenter. And this project was put together for women and the youth. Is that what you said? Yeah. And then the worry is, you said, and that's one of the challenges you pointed out, that the youth uptake is not encouraging. These are young people. So I'm wondering, what are they doing to encourage their peers or to encourage the young people like them to be part of the agri-base or the agriculture revolution or transformation? Otherwise, then this project is not going to achieve one of its aims. And then you said that we need to capacity build those farmers who are limited in digital platforms. Yeah, you said unmatched, actually I quoted, unmatched capacity for farmers to use digital. You need to use limited capacity. Unmatched is, they are over and beyond. Yeah, just say limited because they're limited. So I'm looking at, is that doable that you go to farmers to build their capacity on how to take up this. Okay, no, that's the in thing. There are farmers who will do it, there are those who will not. There are those who actually don't want even to use the telephone, they want to hear. So we are here looking at the various ways, and you rightly put it, that this is a all-engaging process. You can do it alone, you have to look at the various approaches that work well, you know. And I talk like this because I talk radio. Okay. Yeah, I am the self-appointed radio ambassador. I push for radio and those small radio stations where everybody listens these days. And that is where those people who are not digital platform savvy will tune in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Grace.
Good afternoon. First, I want to congratulate you for the effort you're making. It's really great. In addition to that, I would like to sound a caution, because I work for BRITS. We work with in the digital space. We run the Farmers Call Center and a number of other digital platforms for farmers. And one worrying trend we have seen for the young people who are occupying the digital space is starting with a very good intention of education and spreading the information, and then they turn into influences, and influences in not so much of an impactful way over time, in that we try to turn agriculture into a trend, you know, like fashion, like food, like everything else. Yet agriculture is more of a support system. It's supposed to be solving a problem. You know, your channel is supposed to be providing a solution to the farmers. And that is where I would like to encourage all of you and many of other youths that you're recruiting and will be helping you recruit if possible, that let us stick to the problem. What is the biggest problem we are solving over and above chasing followers? You know, that is more important for us. And for this country anyway. On top of that, we usually run a service that is very easily hinged onto the digital space. That is the Farmers Call Center, where if you have farmers that maybe need more explanations on what you're offering, we can always partner and see how we can support them, because you need time to farm, you need time to create content. It could also be difficult for you to sit down and take all the calls that the farmers are directing to you. We can support you in that. So we can discuss after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. So we have Mary. Yes, Mary, then I bring to Dr. Mutugi.
Thank you. Mine, I think I'm excited now that we have youth who are coming on board in agriculture and especially in extension. Because over the years, we've been trying, like what Oscar was saying, to try and show them that agriculture is profitable and can be done by the youth along the value chain. I was thinking that as we train them, we connect them also to the counties. So I remember Margaret and Julius and the other lady, they were saying, how do we connect them to the, you know, to the county, to the county? They may not know them as such, or they are working with them, but when we train them, let them be connected so that they can be able to work with them. And again, maybe to draw more youth, they can be able also to create content in their following. We have like Access Agriculture, they have training videos, which are 7 minutes. And if you upload them, you can get them on the website, www.accessagriculture.org. They can be able to download those videos. They are free. You can show them even movies on the ground. And again, with the time, they can also be able to, if they become popular, they can be able to do like this multi-story garden. I've seen a lot of you doing them. I was in Luai to visit a friend the other day, and they were doing those, you know them, those small gardens. Because like now, when we had drought, even to get vegetables in our home is a big problem. But if we can have a gunia or here plastic, whatever per family, it goes a long way in creating the food security in that nini. And when they do them, they were actually charging 2,000. Yeah, wanacharge 2,000 kwenda kufanyia mtu. And this is being done by the youth because we had trained some youth during the slum upgrading system when we were in the ministry. We were doing those gardens in the slums. And they went a long way being a food supply system and also employing the youth. So we look at the things which can also give us some little money back. Even you can be charging with the time. Maybe you tell the farmers if they come, you will pay a shilling. No, even too. And it will train the farmers and it will also give you income and also bring other youth on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely want to add. Yeah.
Content is now charged. It's not free.
Okay.
Yes, Daphne.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be able to respond.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Oscar. That this is the way to go. And also KeFAAS, that's through partnerships, that's the way to go, because really you cannot work alone and reach the youths. And we are told 70, almost, is it 70% we are youths. And also now here we are saying digital is the way to go. And I like her comment about the influencing. You know, in as much as we are influencing, we also need to reach the actual farmer on the ground. And the listener groups could be a very good way to go. So that either you're at the radio or it's a physical, but you can really, the youth can go a long way to bridge the gap that is there. Because when we talk extension ratio, these days we are only looking at the government. But there are so many extension and advisory providers out there. So I'm also imploring the youths to use every available avenue. There are many groups down there. There are many farmer organizations at the local level, the CBOs. Use them. And I'm sure from Muranga we can upscale to other counties, because to me, this is the way to go. And with the 65 years of the ordinary farmers out there, we don't see a very bright future. But if we have more of the youths, then food security can begin to be seen from farm level, as she has just said, all the way to the community level. Thank you, and that's a very good initiative.
So thank you very much. Now, let's have the last one from Daktari here, because of time, and I'm sure Oscar will be able to respond to some. I can guide you on some.
Yes, thank you very much, Oscar, for the presentation. I just got some two comments and observations from what you presented. The first one is you talked about the interest of the youth. How do we make the youth to be much more interested in agriculture? And according to what I think this is something that should come from a very, very far level. Youth should be made to get interested in agriculture at that very lowest level, at the primary level, at the secondary level, whereby they will know the benefits of agriculture and its importance. It's unfortunate that in the past times, maybe this was not being made agriculture. That's why people thought agriculture is just for the elderly and for, and for the rural people. But I think the starting point is that the youth's interest should start from very far, when they are very young and very small, so that they grow up with it and people can be able to make meaningful decisions. And I think that one will help create interest, so that they are made to know that agriculture is not something bad after all. It's a business. It's something that can give them an opportunity to live a livelihood, just as their parents did, and even much more better. The second issue is, and thank you for bringing it up, downscaling of extension in the counties. Peter, this is a reality. I have gone personally, I've gone into counties, and when we are talking about extension, to some of the county people, not the ones in the ministry, but somebody like a chief officer or a CEC, they ask you, what is this? What are you talking about? And the issue here has been, people, counties looking more at hardware than the software. Extension is about software, but these people are looking at hardware. What can we buy? Are we going to buy tractors? Are we going to build a deep? Are we going to do this? But extension is about how to operate and how to use that hardware. This is where many people are missing the point, and that's why nobody takes it very seriously. Nobody thinks that extension can do anything. And I think this is the time that we need to come up with strategies to make sure that people know the meaning of extension. And I'll just summarize it one way. I have told those guys, extension is just like education. You are being educated to become a better person, a person who can be able to do things in a better way. It may take long, but the benefits are worth a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I can see, okay, let's have, you are responding, the ministry.
Thank you. Basically, what I could do, I could give a response to what Dr. Ari had mentioned, my neighbor here, whether as government, we also had efficient this particular program that was carried out in Murang'a. First and foremost, I want to actually congratulate KeFAAS as an organization and the presenter for the good work that they have been able to do. In a way, you have been able to actually show that if we go digital, then eventually we may be able to address the big issue, which is the number of extension officers out there. So STGS is a nationwide document that actually focuses on developing and ensuring that there is transformation in the agriculture sector. And for this, as a government, the focus is that to ensure that every person, because the Constitution provides it that every person has a right to actually access food and adequate food and of the right quality. And to add to it is that we went ahead and also developed what we are calling the KASEP. It has been mentioned, the Kenya Agriculture Sector Extension Policy. And within the policy, there is a whole aspect on digitalization. So through Dr. Ari, as much as the program is coming in, as government, we are envisaged that is the way to go, because already with the aging of the extension officers and the very low numbers being recruited both at national and the county level, then for us to bridge that gap, that provides the way forward. Again, within the KASEP, we have the pluralistic nature of extension. So that one is also encouraged a lot, so that we can have as many players, so that to be able to bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the ministry talking, and they're actually doing a lot. Just to respond to what Madam Mary said, as I give Oscar, in Murang'a County, we were very lucky that when we started, we actually informed the governor and the deputy governor, and they are very keen to see how the digital connectors are working. And we are working very closely with the director of extension. And when we had a workshop with the digital connectors, we brought in the sub-county extension officers so that they can be able to give them backup in the issue of information. So that's a lesson we can be able to run even for the other counties. And they are very keen to support. They will be able to put budget on that. And then these digital connectors can be able to train others. Can respond to others.
Thank you. Thank you for the accolades and thank you for the recommendations and comments. I will respond to those that I can respond to. Those that require the government or policymakers, I will skip them. The first question was about the business model that Julius is working with. Julius has these online platforms where he disseminates extension information, and still he has a website also. He didn't mention that, and within that website, he has documents or manuals on certain agricultural practices, whereby if someone is interested and to access that material now, he or she will pay. Then what they're doing to encourage other youths, we only trained a very small number. As you can see, there are only 7. So we are always encouraging them to train other youths also, their peers in the community, to take up this digitalization of extension services, because we have so many youths within our counties, within our communities that have pursued agricultural courses, but then they rather move to an urban center to earn 15,000 a month than do agriculture, which they deem dirty. But this can be changed with our youth, our digital connectors, by being an example to them. As you have heard from Julius, Julius is able to pay his bills right now. If other youth can see that from him and he can encourage them, that can also increase, can encourage our youths to take up agriculture. Yeah, I think I will respond to those unless there is one I have skipped. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Yeah, so that one is important. We are working with the youths around that space. And we said, if you're able to partner with them, the better, because 1 + 1 is greater than 2 when people are working together. So at this point, I would like now to invite Dr. Nkrumah to give us the findings of how we can be able to promote extension, training in extension in Africa. And I'm sure she'll be able to give us some background of what they have been able to do. It's a very, very informative study. So, Daktari, karibu.
Yeah, it's there.
Good afternoon.
And oh, thank you. So I have the pleasure to share with you the findings of a study that I've been involved in since 2021. We've now concluded, or we are concluding. And I'm happy because a number of us participated in providing information. And someone was asking me, what happened? You asked us questions and you never came back to tell us what happened. So at least you'll be able to have an idea of what happened. But the time I've been given is so short. I don't know, I'm just going to touch, but I hope that you'll get an idea. So the study is called Strengthening Agricultural Extension Training in Michigan State University Alliance for African Partnership Consortium Partners in Africa. It sounds a bit long, but Michigan State University is the one that provided the funding, and they have partner universities which they work with closely. And so the study was being carried out in universities across Africa, 5 African countries, where they have a partnership. That is why it is called this long name. But basically, the study wanted to identify the process and competency gaps in undergraduate agricultural extension training curriculum in Africa. So this particular one is the Kenyan report. So what I'm giving is the Kenyan report.
And just by way of background and the problem focus, we know that agricultural training institutions, they play an important role in preparing professionals who work in extension in order to contribute to the needs of the agricultural systems. And we also know that over the years, the needs of the agricultural systems are changing, and there's a lot of change that has happened, such that you find the extensionist that is required today to meet the needs of today is not the same as what we had a few years ago. But then when you look at the training curricula for the undergraduates, many of them have not changed that much. At least I can speak for mine, which we did with Dr. Nyori there. And they've changed, but not much. And yet there's so much that has changed. And so you find we are trying to see where are the gaps in terms of the training that is being given to the undergraduates, and what can be done in order to close those gaps. So we note that there are a few studies that have been done focusing specifically on identifying gaps in the curricula. So this study was, as I said, it was carried out in 5 countries in Africa. So we have Kenya, where Egerton University participated. Malawi, we had the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. In Nigeria, we have the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. South Africa also participated, University of Pretoria. And then Uganda, we have Makerere University. So exactly as it happened in Kenya, it happened in those other countries. So now, in terms of our research questions, we had 4 research questions. And the first one was, do extension programs effectively address the needs of the current food and agricultural systems? And then number 2, what are the critical job skills and core competencies that are required of extension workers to effectively plan, implement, and evaluate extension work in today's changing context? Then number 3, does the undergraduate curriculum include education or training on these particular job skills or core competencies? And then number 4, what are the barriers to effectively training extension workers with these particular core competencies, and how can these barriers be removed? So those are the key focus questions that we were looking at. And in terms of the methodology, I don't want to make it too academic, but when it comes to research, the methodology is what validates it and makes it believable. So we used 3 different data collection methods. The first one, we had the desktop reviews of the undergraduate agriculture extension training curricula that are offered at Egerton University. And then I also did a review of the agricultural extension services in Kenya, just desktop review. And then apart from that, we held focus group discussions. There were 2. One was face-to-face, it was held in Nakuru, and Mr. Mwangi attended. And then the other one was an online focus group discussion. And we tried to get representation from many different stakeholders across agriculture. We had academic staff, people in the ministry, people in NGOs, we even had students, and so on. Then the third one was an online survey that was really looking specifically at particular process skills and competencies. And here, quite a number of people participated. We see that we targeted 250 respondents, but in the end, only 84 actually filled the questionnaire, and only 68 managed to fill the questionnaire through. I know there are a number of us who might have started and did not finish, but there's someone in this room who told me she actually completed. You know, the online questionnaire was challenging because it doesn't open up all at once. So when you start, you don't know how long it is. So you fill this page, another one opens, and then another one, and then maybe something comes up and you decide to leave it. And it didn't have provision for coming to continue. So that was the problem, but I really want to appreciate those who took time, whether to fill partially or completely, we really appreciate. Okay, so the data analysis was conducted. We had a lot of qualitative data and then a bit of quantitative data that was analyzed using frequencies, percentages, and T-tests. So I want to start with the key findings from the focus group discussions. We had very interesting and engaging discussions. And the first question, okay, we had a checklist that had a number of questions. And the first question was, what are people saying out there about extension? What is it that you are hearing people say? And you know, many of the participants, they said people are saying extension is not on the ground, it is lacking, you know, and it is not seen, it is not visible, it is not being felt. And someone said, yeah, extension is dead. And when I say extension is dead, it is like it's not a new phrase for us. I'm sure we've come across that, and why extension is dead. And just a case, and what this brings to mind is the fact that there is so much ignorance about the extension of today among so many people. So many people know extension as what used to be offered by the government those days, when they saw officers moving around the farms. And so when they stopped seeing that, they say extension is dead. A case in point, just very recently, about 3 weeks ago, we had a Senate meeting, and we were in the process of the discussions. There was something that came up touching on our students. Our students are Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Education and Extension. And so they are trained as professional teachers, but they also serve as agriculture professionals, extensionists, and so on. So there was a point I raised about the fact that they need to go for field attachment apart from going for teaching practice. So the Vice Chancellor asks, why do they need to go for field attachment? So somebody says it's because they are extensionists. And the VC says, you mean those people still exist? And it's so serious, you mean those people still exist? And someone says, no, I kept quiet, I didn't even talk. So somebody says, yes, they do. Why is people do not see them, you know? So you can imagine, with that level of ignorance, this is the VC, what do you expect among other people around? I request, please do not report me. I hope he's not following online. But when you hear extension is dead, it's because of what? Okay, much as there are challenges, but the reforms and the transformation of extension is not understood out there. Yes, so people say that the extensionists are few, extension is inadequate, and so on. But it was just a way of capturing the mood on the ground to see what do people think. Then we also tried to see what are the changing needs of the agriculture system, quite a number of needs, things that have changed, you know, what is required as compared to what was required a bit earlier. I don't want to focus on this so much. There are many, we had a lot of points. Then we also had the suggestions on how can we improve agricultural extension services. So this, remember, was from the focus group discussions, mainly qualitative, people giving their views. And when you look at the points, we were able to group them into 4 categories. So there was the issue of strengthening training programs, strengthening the capacities of extensionists, and then improving extension approaches and improving linkages among the stakeholders. So I'll not go to the details because of time issues. And so we also asked about what the participants thought were the critical job skills and core competencies that are required for extension workers. And one thing that came out very strongly was the issue of soft skills. When we talk about soft skills, many times we think of communication, because communication is a soft skill, but there are many other soft skills that are required today, which have not been emphasized on, including issues of interpersonal skills, conflict resolution, negotiation, leadership, facilitation, critical thinking, integrity. When we are talking about the issue of food safety, there is that issue of integrity. So is there a way we can train our extensionists today to at least appreciate and try to have some form of integrity even in their work, and teach the same to the farmers? So also ICT skills, I'm glad we have talked about the digital extension services, and then basic research, proposal writing skills, community needs assessment, innovation, and then of course there was the issue of practical technical skills in specific areas of training, because one complaint we find is that the graduates who are going out, they lack the
the practical competence. You know, they lack the practical skills. They have the theory, they have the knowledge, they have the certificate, but when you take them to the farm and tell them now do, the practical components are a bit weak. Okay, so also there was the issue of the barriers to effective training, and the resource constraint stood out as a very major barrier when it comes to effectively training extension professionals, because you'll find the resources, practicals require resources. But when the resources are not availed, when there's no money to do practicals, there's only so much you can do. So the issue of funding, which also affects the hiring of adequate and competent staff. And then also there's the issue of the attitude towards agriculture, that many students, many young people have a negative attitude towards agriculture. And it even reflects in the enrollment that you see in agricultural programs. So for our particular program, that is the BSc Ag Ed or a JED program, you'll find it's very popular. But when you inquire from the students, they are interested because most of them end up teaching. The demand for teachers of agriculture is very high. So they don't normally lack jobs. So that is the attract itself, which I want to skip. And then there are suggestions of how the barriers can be overcome. Okay, I want to skip here, but there is that last bullet about socializing youth into agriculture at an early age, which was mentioned here. And it's good that now the 4K clubs are beginning to come up. And I think we really need to find out how we can strengthen them, how we can work with them. Then we also have like the young farmers clubs in secondary schools. Now, the young farmers clubs are under the ASK. I don't know that they are out of reach or jurisdiction of the extension service or the extension, the ministry extension workers. I don't know, but it's good to capture them and see how do we work with them from the time that they are young. Okay, so that's about the focus group discussions. And then we had the online survey. So the online survey, as I said, it focused mainly on process skills and core competencies that are needed for extensionists. So these process skills, they are basically defined as the basic sets of knowledge, skills, abilities, and behaviors that extension professionals need to have in order to perform their tasks effectively. And we focused on 11 task areas for extensionists. So these are the 11 areas that we looked at. You know, what does the work of an extension worker entail? So there was program planning, implementation, communication. There was the use of ICTs, program monitoring and evaluation. We also looked at personal and professional development, diversity and gender, marketing, other extension soft skills, nutrition, and then the technical matter, subject matter expertise. So for each of these, we actually broke them down in order to capture the specific skills that are needed, the specific abilities that need to be considered. So just as an example, I'm giving the one for program planning. You know, so for one to be said to be proficient in program planning, what do they need to be able to do? They should be familiar with the vision, mission, and goals of the National Extension Service. They should be able to conduct needs assessment. They should be able to conduct baseline and benchmark studies. They should be able to mobilize funds and so on. So for each of those 11 areas, we did that kind of a breakdown. Some had more points than others. And so those who responded to the questionnaire, you remember, we were looking at two aspects. You know, how important are these skills and competencies? And then how well are they covered in the undergraduate curriculum? So, so this table here, it gives a summary for each of them. So we see that the maximum was 5. There's a key at the bottom there, where in terms of importance, we see that 1 stood for not important, 5 was essential. And so for all those skills and competencies,
the mean was above 4.5, meaning that all the people who responded, they felt that those skills are actually very important. But then in terms of how well they are covered in the undergraduate program, again, we can see the means are ranging from around 3.22, 3.8, nothing above 4. There's even one that goes to 2.99. And so when we did the analysis to see whether there was significant difference between the two means, we see that at the end here, where we have the p-value, sorry for all the statistics, but the p-values were all at 0.00, meaning that for all of them, there was a significant difference between the importance of the skill and the degree to which the skill is covered in the undergraduate curriculum, meaning that there is actually a gap in terms of how well the curriculum prepares the graduates to offer extension services in today's context. Okay, so another question that was asked in the online questionnaire was about how can we acquire the skills and competencies, and we picked out 4 that we were suggesting, and these 4 were based on the focus group discussion suggestions. And so there was the issue of providing opportunities to attend training, seminars, and workshops. This one actually had the highest score of 3.39 out of a maximum of 4. And then internships also stood out as a way of acquiring the skills and competencies. There was the issue of in-service training that is offered to people who are already in the field, and then also through basic induction training. That is like when people get employed, they're taken through induction training. So for all of them, the means were quite high. Remember, the maximum was 4. So out of 4, 3.39, 3.30. So the respondents felt that these were actually good ways in which the skills and competencies can be acquired. So not just targeting the undergraduate curriculum, but also looking at people who are already in the field and how they can be capacity built. Then, of course, we looked at the barriers to effective training. What are some of the barriers that we experienced? The issue of budget, it stood out. 78% of the respondents felt like the problem was in terms of budget funding, allocation of funds, then student motivation to study extension and do practical extension work. There was the issue of the extension curriculum itself, and then the shortage of classrooms and demonstration farms, motivation of the lecturers themselves to teach, quality of the materials that are used for training, quality of the lecturers themselves, time constraints, and accreditation of the curriculum. That one at the bottom is other, the way you add other specified. So there are also others that were specified, but basically these were the main barriers that are pointed out. So we have some conclusions there that the skills, the process skills and competencies that we have listed, that we investigated, actually were all found to be critical for extensionists. Now, these process skills and competencies are covered to some extent in the curricula, but they're not adequate. So the curricula are still weak, especially for some of them. And I just want to point out the extension soft skills, which really stood out, because it's like this extension is the undergraduates, they lack soft skills. And so they were brought out to be very important. Some of the ones listed there are the ones that were investigated. And then we also looked at the non-traditional technical areas, which are now very important and are supposed to be given emphasis. Issues to do with climate change, nutrition and nutrition sensitive agriculture, entrepreneurship. So what are the policy implications of this study? And one is that there is need for policymakers to pay attention to the quality of agricultural extension training, and this can be achieved through enhancing funding for pre-service education and training. And then number 2 is recognizing the important role of agricultural extension and strengthening it as a profession and field of study. And I'm glad that we were told by the presenter from KeFAAS, what was his name?
said that we need to have advocacy. You know, we must let our voice be heard. So, and then supporting and improving in-service training and professional development. Then at institutional level, we're talking about the building of the capacity of extension faculty. And then supporting linkages with industry to provide students with needed practical exposure and skills and fill up any gaps. Because we realize that even if we really review our curriculum and make it the best it can be, you cannot effectively impart all those skills and competencies. So you must work with industry. So you need very strong linkages. Okay. So we also have specific recommendations for the curricula themselves that we need to enhance the level of coverage of the core competencies and skills. We need to include and strengthen courses that impart ICT skills. We are talking about digital extension. And then we need more soft skills to be incorporated. We need entrepreneurship training, which should be made practical, because right now, like in our program, they do entrepreneurship, yeah? But it is purely theoretical. They don't do any practical. So just making it more practical, and then also community needs assessment, it should be covered in depth and more practically. And we also need to incorporate practical skills in writing fundable proposals, because they should be able to go out and help farmers even to be able to come up with proposals that can be funded. And then, yeah. So those are some of the recommendations. And then we have the outputs from the study so far. We have research reports that we have written. For each country, we have individual country reports. Our Kenyan report, I'm the one who prepared it. It is a whole, it's like a thesis, 175 pages. And then we have Africa-wide reports that cover the curriculum review. We have Africa-wide report, extension services review. We have the Africa-wide report. The focus group discussion findings, we have Africa-wide report that looks at all the results together. And then on top of that, having realized the gaps that are there, we came up with, we decided to prepare training modules. I know that we already have training modules, very good ones from KeFAAS, the NELC, the New Extension is Learning Kit. But we also felt we want to add a voice. Although for one of the modules, the one on nutrition, we borrowed the one from KeFAAS. So we have training modules that we have prepared. For the soft skills, we have a module that covers 17 soft skills. That one I was involved in preparing. And then now, on top of the training modules, we have a research dissemination workshop that is scheduled for next month. It will be held at Egerton University between 15th and 17th. So all the partners from the different countries are coming, and we will be together at Egerton at ARC Hotel. And I take this opportunity to welcome you so that we can share more about this very important study. There's a lot that we gathered, a lot of information. So otherwise, I want to acknowledge Michigan State University for the funding, and also our research team members. The PI, principal investigator, is from Michigan State University. We have the team from Nigeria, the team from Malawi. We have a small team from South Africa. We have Makerere University. We have the last one, Professor Sasida, who is actually from India, the Indian National University. He's also a research team member. So thank you very much. Yeah.
And I could see there are familiar names like Christine, Davis, Margaret Manyeni.
Yeah.
Work with them very closely. So I don't know whether there are some quick reactions to our application. It's a very key finding for us to be able to do with SKEFA and other organizations. Key questions? Yeah, we can start with and then
Thank you, Daktari, for that very good report, and those conclusions are very good. I was wondering because I was trained in the 80s, I think in the 80s, in agriculture. How often that this curricula of agriculture reviewed and changed? And then like the recommendations you have come up with, which may inform the curricula changes. Knowing the agriculture institutions, I think it is like a process on how to change a curricula. How can that one now feed into the changing of that curricula? Because those are very important and very useful findings.
Thank you very much for that presentation, very insightful. And just maybe to pick up on the question around curriculum and how quickly curriculum changes, I'm wondering if you work with industry. Yeah. Yeah. So no, I was just thanking you for the presentation, but also to pick up on the issue of curriculum reforms and how often they do, but also how does it happen? Because the question is always, or the criticism is that, they're not industry ready, and what does that mean? If industry doesn't tell you what they want, then so how do you engage industry, for example, to make sure that the need of industry is also captured? And out of curiosity, what are the numbers looking like for students? I think the last time I spoke to somebody from Egerton, there was very low enrollment in some of these programs. So how is the trend around enrollment, and how can we, if it's going down, what are the issues? And I think the final question is around practicals and internships, and how best can we think about how to allocate or how to place students? I think there are many people who would want to offer opportunities for students, but it's just that matching is not there. How do you match your students with industry partners? I've received a lot of inquiry, and sometimes you get it somebody saying, I'm going on a long holiday from next month, and I want to be placed, and it's like tomorrow, and that can't happen. So the preparedness of even getting students to get out to the industry early enough to get opportunities, I think is something that a platform like this should probably be able to solve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. In fact, it's indeed very insightful. And mine, I think, is really not a question, but a comment, and just to thank you, because when I look at your presentation, you're trying to look at ways through which extension can be improved. And it should start not only at the higher institution level, but it should start there and trickle well to the field. And we have tried to look at all the gaps which are really very necessary. I really thank you for that. But what I wanted just to say is, you've mentioned the issue of the curriculum, which is very important, because if you don't change the curriculum, then it may not reflect the needs at the field level. Now, I just wanted to say that one time FAO, in collaboration with Egerton University, I think we were with Professor Mulwa, and somebody, I don't remember the other doctor, but it was a Dr. Maina or something, together with Pwani University and Makerere University in Uganda and another university in Ethiopia, Hawassa. We tried to look at how extension could be made very practical. And we are trying to look at what we call looking at the methodologies, because extension has very many methodologies. So we are trying to look at how to institutionalize the farmer field school methodology within the university curricula. And if you go and look at that, you'll realize that that Plan University did that very well. And one thing that came out is something that you just mentioned. When the lecturers were outside there, they said, oh, we did not know that we had even lost touch as lecturers with the community. We had totally lost touch. We did not know what community was. We were just teaching students, rolling out students, but we don't know where they're supposed to go. So I think this is a very, very important step. And what I would just like to say is that we know there are very many methodologies. We don't want to recommend any, but to make sure that also the methodologies are outlaid within the universities and they are made as practical as possible for the students to be able to utilize them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raven, for that presentation. I'm happy to be part of the respondents, and I'm glad to see at least there's an outcome out of it. What I'm just trying to think about the respondents as we were responding, you find that we were a whole broad of people, those who were trained earlier, those who are being trained the latest, and you find there were differences maybe in their responses based on when we were trained. And as we are looking at those who were trained maybe in the 80s, we had the air saying those years they were there maybe in the 80s or in the 90s, and you find the training that is going on now. Most of the extension agents that are in the field, maybe in the public sector, are those who were trained earlier. There are many changes that are happening currently, and there are many needs that are changing with time. As we think about the curriculum and the responses that were given against the changing needs, because I'm trying to imagine maybe those who are trained earlier, like Madam, they have their way of doing things, which is quite different from our young tax, let me say the digital era. How are we going to bring this together?
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's Dr. Nyori here.
Okay, thank you very much, a colleague, my friend, and my classmate. You've touched on very real issues in the whole extension, especially extension training spectrum, and very lovely, findings. I would like to do so many issues, but I just want to focus on one. How do you see the curriculum evolving? Because knowing very well you are in that space and knowing very well how we work, because I do not know what kind of plans you can still put at this stage to involve the entire, training, all the training stakeholders in Kenya, to share the findings with them and your recommendations, and to provoke them into thinking how they can validate the curriculum, update the curriculum. But I agree with you fully. We are probably, unless those of us who are very creative, we probably are teaching people things that are totally obsolete. The requirements of the extensionists today are totally different. So how do you see yourself influencing other actors, especially the training institutions, both universities and even at tertiary level, who have agricultural related curriculum, diploma upwards? I think it would be a very good output if you can influence that change, if you can kickstart the change process. I have probably a few ideas, but maybe it's food for thought for you and your team, and probably starting in Kenya and going all the way to Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw there is, I don't think, there is one more, but there is still one online. I have seen online. I'll be able to read it. Yeah, very enough, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Madam, I think that was a good presentation. My concern is, I think initially you had 200, I don't know, 50 target supposed to be for questionnaires, but you ended up with 84. So what happened? Did you just assume that and then you continued with what you got? I think that's important, because in a research, definitely the target is important. And then the other thing is, did you conduct it? I mean, this curriculum, you did desk study for Egerton University alone, or because we have other public universities still dealing with agriculture. Egerton, Nairobi, Moi, Kemu, there are so many, and also private. So did you get the opportunity to compare the agricultural extension curriculum at the public and even at the private level? Because it is important to do that. And because you are after an effective extension, because that's where you want to get your recommendations, initially, how is an effective agricultural extension curriculum supposed to look like? How is it supposed? Do we have a country which you feel their extension are more effective than others? I mean, than ours. And probably in your recommendations now, just finishing, were all these 11 process skills, were they necessary? Because I think it is important to look at whatever they have is all necessary. And if did you come up with some? Maybe people are saying there are new ones coming in, and maybe for your forward, planning, there are new crops of informations coming in. Did you have this? Because I was looking at briefly, I got trained for certificate level and diploma, and many of our colleagues here are agricultural extensionists, and we used to have what was called field visits at the universities, from lecture to practical, farm, at the farm level. We used to have what was called routine practices, milking animals, tending for this and this. Do they still exist? Yeah, so the thing is, what they are being taught right now, is it practical or was it, sorry, we could have gone ahead.
Thank you very much. So let's have the last one from Professor. Then we ask.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nguruma, for a very good study with the very good findings. I know universities were considered as leaving the ivory tower. But if you look at the current trend, universities basically have come down. So when it comes to curricula, the universities are good at the moment engaging the stakeholders to improve their curricula. And they also acknowledge the issue of soft skills as a key, and also the practical skills. But I think for me, the curriculum is not the biggest problem in the universities. A curriculum, universities can make very good, beautiful curricula with soft skills, with the practical skills and everything. But being from the university, our major problem is the resources to implement the curriculum. So the curriculum can be beautiful, but when it comes to implementing it, that's where the challenge is. You look at the current situation in universities, that they have a lot of financial constraints, which you read in the papers. So, so if you are a vice chancellor, and I think that's why the one of Egerton was asking why they should go for another attachment for extension. Where will you put your resources? You can't put your resources for students to go to field work, several field works. No, you might just say let them go for only one instead of 5 or 6. If it is practicals, you reduce the number of practicals just because you have no resources to do that. I think so. That is, to me, the major danger when it comes to training extensionists in universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there is another one from Madam Director. The last one.
Yeah, I think mine has been asked, a lot of it have been asked before. And mine was about the industry, talking to the industry and looking at the demand at that particular time. And again, on the issue of practical, the chair has said it. Before we left the ministry, we were getting graduates who could not do anything practical. How do we? Then you feel they are inadequate. I think those are the areas where, because agriculture is about to know, is the doing, not And then targeting the curricula to the, the current, where is the world going?
Yes.
We can now, Google and see what are the others are doing, learning from each other, platforms like those ones.
Yeah.
What are the issues, the current issues?
Yeah.
In China, even in extension, after 10 years, they retool their staff. All over again. Because what you had learned, what I learned when I was in the university, if I didn't, I wouldn't be to the current name. So they retool their staff.
Yes.
All over again, because agriculture is dynamic.
Yes.
Every other day we have new issues and new whatever. Thank you. Curriculum based on that.
Yes, okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. There are a number of online participants. So now I want to capture something we have like left them out. All right. Yeah. Not so much. You can just read that. Yes.
Yeah, you can start responding from the back being forward.
Okay, thank you. So some of them are actually related, yeah? The issue of, let me see, I think in order to organize them properly, let me just start with the curriculum review. How do we do our curriculum review? How often is it done? So you'll find that according to the way that the statutes require us to operate, every 4 years, we are supposed to review our curriculum. After every cycle, we review our curriculum, which we normally try to do as much as possible. And the review is actually supposed to include even stakeholder views. You engage with stakeholders, find out what are the needs, engage with alumni and so on, and use their input to improve the curriculum. So on paper, it happens. In reality, it is very superficial. It is not really effective as such. So even over the years, despite the fact that we do reviews every 4 years, you'll find the curriculum has not changed so much. Like now, our program is it is agriculture education and extension. The education bit is overemphasized, the extension bit is underemphasized. And so like we offer, there are only 5 extension courses for the students, and all of them are theoretical. So they only do practicals when they go for attachment at the end of the 4th year. That's when they now get to interact practically with the extension. But our courses are not, they don't have that practical component. But what I want to say is that we looked at 2 programs at Egerton. We have the agriculture education and extension, which is ours, but then we also have agriculture and human ecology extension, which was previously known as agriculture and home economics. That one is very highly competency-based, and they do a lot of practical, they do practical outreach. They go out to farmers and do needs assessment and work with them. So, but it is a small program with a few students, and they don't service the other departments. But us, we are the ones who service the students from the Faculty of Agriculture, the ones doing agriculture economics, animal science, we are the ones who teach them extension. We offer them only one extension course, and it is done theoretically. So the reviews have not been very effective in terms of capturing the needs that are there. And then we try to engage the industry, and we get feedback like during attachment, we get feedback from the places where the students are attached. But then again, maybe we don't talk to each other enough. Now, in terms of somebody asked about the trend in enrollment and the numbers that we have. Now, a lot of interest is based on where are the jobs easily obtained from. So I talked about agriculture education and extension, where the jobs at least are easier to get because most of them end up as teachers. And so the numbers are high. Like now, our first year class, they are 250. In fact, I don't know how they'll do their practicals because we've not had such a number, but you are told you cannot restrict, you cannot limit, let them come. So the numbers for particular programs that agriculture education, agribusiness management also has numbers, but about 100, agriculture economics. But if you go to animal production, horticulture, agronomy, the numbers are going down. Okay, then the issue of how we do practicals. Practicals are a challenge because of resource constraints, and especially for public universities right now, there is such an outcry. We are passing through fire, and Egerton is on the front line of passing through the fire. So even things like practicals, they are highly compromised, but even without that, you'll find even the funding that was provided was not sufficient. And so we need to work closely with industry and see how can we collaborate closer and have practicals despite the limitation. And the issue of internships, we've not had internships for our undergraduate students before. They just go for attachment and that is it. But I think internships are also something that can be explored. So at the moment, we don't really have a platform where we can match students for internship, but we normally help them to get places to do their field attachment. We talk to people in the ministry, in the private sector, and they get places for placement, but we don't really have an arrangement for internships. So it is something that can also be explored even from this forum here. And then now, what was it? What was this about? The issue of how extension can be made more practical and how we can incorporate more practical methodologies. That is something that can be explored. And I want to tie it to the comment about the curriculum, the fact that the curriculum may not be the problem, but the resources for implementing. But at the moment, what I can say from this study is that it has pointed out there are gaps in the curriculum. So it is a good starting point to align the curriculum. Then now we will say the resources are not there, but we explore alternatives for getting resources. So resources are a major constraint, but the curricula still have got gaps that need to be addressed. Now, one challenge we have when we're talking about the curriculum, reviewing the curriculum, because it's like we have very many recommendations. How do we actualize them? And this is where we find new universities. They tend to beat the old universities when it comes to having programs that are really aligned to industry. Because older universities, there's a lot of rigidity. You know, this is how it is, this is how it has been, this is how it will remain. And I've faced, as a chair of department, I've faced a lot of resistance from my own members of the department, you know, when we try to touch on anything to do with the program. So, leave it as it is. It cannot be changed. But you see now, like the program we have at the moment, it is a two-in-one kind of program, very heavily loaded. The students barely have breathing space. So for you to incorporate practicals, it means freeing up something so that you can have hours for practicals. But what is this that is going to be freed up and people do not want anything to be touched? So for me, what I was seeing that based on these study findings, it is an opportunity to develop a course, a program for extension training, you know, purely to attend an education sasa, so that we have a course that really is extension based, one that can incorporate all those skills and competencies and produce extensionists who are really aligned to the current needs. Because it might not work with the old one. Okay, now this one we can do some minor reviews, but the best option is to have a program that is specifically for training extensionists. And then maybe it can be used as a model and other universities and institutions can borrow and come up with their own. There was also the question of how do I see myself influencing other actors? Now, I thank God for this platform because I know all of us, we are potentials for helping to spread the influence for this study.
it is actually like, it is a groundbreaking kind of a study, so that now we are opening ourselves up and we are able to see the gaps. What are the areas that we need to look at in terms of the curricula? How do the private institutions compare with the public ones in terms of their curricula, in terms of their the quality of the training that they offer? So it is a starting point. It is a groundbreaking kind of a study. Now we will be open to look at so many other things. So we cannot be able to address everything through this. Remember, it is something that is very limited in scope, because it was even initiated from elsewhere. You know, basically what I was doing was to collect data. Yeah, so we can now have our own, and we say now in Kenya, what is it that we want to look at in terms of our extension training? Okay, now the online survey. Someone raised the issue of, I targeted 250, ended up with 84, out of which 68 completed the questionnaire. What happened? Maybe some are here, they can tell me what happened. It was involving, it was engaging. But the other thing also is that, you know, an online questionnaire, because you don't know who it is, who is involved. And it was being emailed from Michigan State, not from my side, but from Michigan State, you know. So sometimes people can be reluctant to respond to questionnaires because you are not sure what this is about. So generally, yeah, that is why the response was low. Then the fact that the questionnaire was long and it kept on unfolding and unfolding, there are people who got to some point and they gave up along the way. So the 68, they really tried. I believe they represent a cross-section of the stakeholders, and their views represent a cross-section of the stakeholders. Now, somebody asked about whether it was just about the Egerton curriculum, or we also looked at the training offered by other institutions. So what I can say is that for the online survey, we did not restrict people to the Egerton curriculum, because like one question was asking, which undergraduate extension training curriculum are you familiar with, you know, from which institution? So it depends on whichever you are familiar with, whether it is University of Eldoret, whether it is Nairobi, whether it is KU. So people are free to respond based on what they are familiar with. It didn't restrict to the Egerton curriculum. For the focus group discussion, I think we were keeping it a bit restricted to the curriculum at Egerton, but we are also allowing people to respond based on their own curriculum. Actually, you will find that if you look at the programs that are offered in other universities, most of them have benchmarked from Egerton. So because most of them have been our colleagues, they've been our students, they have borrowed and gone to implement. So you find there's a lot of similarity, although there are some that are different, but we allowed people to respond based on the curricula they are familiar with. Now, were all the 11 skills and competencies necessary? The choice of those 11 skills and competencies was based on another study that was conducted elsewhere in Nepal, actually, about the skills and competencies needed for extensionists. So these were identified in a study, and because some of the researchers were involved in that study, they used them as a benchmark. So they are not the only ones, there might be others. And even in the focus group discussion, I think there are some that might have come out which were not captured in these 11. So they are not the only ones. We are free to come up with so many others that we feel are necessary. So practicals in the university, they still exist. We try, but they are not very strong. Yeah. Universities being ivory towers, we can say that we are trying to talk to stakeholders and engage with stakeholders. But most times you'll find because of the limitation in funding, the university does not have like provision and funding for stakeholder engagement just like that. You know, you will not be funded to call stakeholders to come and review your curriculum. There is no money for that. So either you find your own ways of talking to them, but the funding is an issue. But I believe that it's possible to find innovative ways of going around this funding problem so that we don't keep on saying there's no money, there's no funds, there are no resources. Yeah. So I think I've captured quite a bit, but maybe just to say that I think the way in which the government prioritizes agriculture and extension, it has a lot of bearing on how successfully the extension services they perform. Because if you look at countries that are doing well in extension, their governments value and prioritize extension. Like if you look at India, they talk about extension being a state subject. It is agriculture extension, agriculture research, those are priorities. And you see that actually there is impact. So much as we can try from our end, I think we really need to appeal to the government, because agriculture will not succeed without effective extension services. And we cannot have effective extension services without some kind of government support in terms of resources, in terms of the right policies, in terms of, even when we are talking about the issue of food safety. You see, we said there's need for government intervention, policy intervention, and so we have to work together, but we cannot succeed on our own. Otherwise, I wish to thank you very much for giving me a hearing. Once again, I extend the invitation to our workshop at Egerton University between 14th and 17th next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give Daktari a clap. Yeah, thank you very much. There are a few comments here, but I think they are just comments. I can read them very quickly. The first one is that thanks Daktari for the work well done. Okay, then there is somebody who is talking of preparing a curriculum for TVET program to make training practical for students to fit the demand of the current industry and agriculture sector. And then he has put a question. I don't know what he wants to get out of that, but then there is Agatha Duo, that is the CEO of ASNET. He's saying private sector segment on existing curriculums. ASNET contacts are given, and you can be able to contact Agatha. ASNET in curriculum review process, and they can share live templates with private sector actors, even starting with a baseline to establish private sector involvement. Then that is Agatha. I think those are the ones I can see right now. I push for, okay, on curriculum development, I would push for TVET model, whereby curriculums are informed by occupational standards at the industry. For the current industry requirements. That's from Mike. I think those ones are the ones I can be able to read from here. Yeah, so I don't know. I think those ones are some of the comments. I don't know whether you can just say something about them.
About the issue of the TVET model of development of the curriculum.
Okay, so I want to respond about the issue of the TVET model of developing curricula. That okay, there are some colleagues of mine who've been involved in the curriculum development for TVETs, but from the education perspective, from the training of trainers and instructors for TVETs. But I participated in reviewing one or two of them, and I felt if we can have an extension training program that is developed along the same way, so that you start with them, what are the tasks of an extensionist? In fact, when we are developing that curriculum, we start from the tasks. What are the tasks that an extensionist is supposed to do? Then for them to perform these tasks, what knowledge and skills do they need to have? So you work it backwards until now you arrive at the curriculum. That is a very good model that can help us to have very competent extensionists. And especially in view of the shift to the competency-based curriculum, we have to make sure that our training programs are all competency-based. And so that is a good approach that can be borrowed. Thank you.
I think the questions are behind.
Now you can see them online.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I think I have.
you have read that?
Like that.
Okay. That linkage is missing. Industry in the loop. Mm-hmm.
That one you talk to when you are discussing.
Okay.
Go to the last one.
The last one.
Is that
That's
the
what I
one?
do.
The one
Mm-hmm.
And before.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And
That one
one,
you talk.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
130. We're talking about private sector involvement.
Private sector involved.
Mm-hmm.
On 130.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Does not include stakeholders from private sector. How will change happen? Actually, like when we are doing our face-to-face, the focus group discussion, you remember we had some people from private sector. We had someone from BioVision Africa Trust. We had someone who was from an NGO, I don't remember the name. We had Farming Systems Kenya represented. And we got some views from there. We even had like Baraka Agricultural College, which is a private TVET, which does very good agriculture training. It was represented. But what I can say is that this study was limited in terms of even the funding, even in terms of the scope of what I could do. So we can't really say that we did thorough stakeholder engagement, but it was just like a starting point. So we can now go ahead to look for money to do proper stakeholder engagement and engage stakeholders and see how can we develop a competency-based curriculum for training agricultural extensionists.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's give the career a clap. Thank you very much. That one was very insightful. For us as KeFAAS, we are very interested because we can be able to move it forward and see how we can be able to work around that. So we are going to have the last presentation. Today, Professor Maina Mwangi, you're going to give us the last one. Then from there, we'll be able now to go to the policy issues because we want to finish this session before lunch. And then after lunch, we'll be able to have something else. So Professor, karibu.
Afternoon. So my name is Maina. I now must figure out how to instruct this so that we can do it right.
Yeah. So I'm you. Is this a microphone or what? Yeah. Is it okay? Okay. It's good to admit when we have not seen this kind of technology. But I wanted to say, Peter, and everyone, I have sat and listened to the discussion going on, and it is really good. I wish it was lasting more days, not just this one day. For me, and Peter, we have had this discussion many times. The question is, what is KeFAAS going to do about these issues? Because these problems are known, they are well documented now. Because our duty as an organization is to strengthen what's happening in this country as far as agricultural extension is concerned. The question for me after this day is what KeFAAS can do as an organization to move this forward. We know there are people think all things about agriculture, but we know there is much good in it, and we see all kinds of interest investors coming from other areas, even professionals coming from other areas. In the work I do with the people pursuing innovations, and I see quite a lot coming from all sector, engineers, ICT, business people pursuing ideas and coming and finding opportunity in agriculture. So I know there is there is opportunity. For me, the issue is what then we need to ask this question: what can KeFAAS do, or what will KeFAAS do going forward to close these gaps? Because we see it is well appreciated there are issues, and we don't want to sit in this room and lament. This is it. You know, we didn't have enough. And you know, this study was very accurate because the situation presented by Dr. Nkrumah is what we also see in our institution. It's exactly the same. But then we have got to move on and figure out, in light of the ongoing situation, our public institutions don't have enough resources. What can KeFAAS do? How do we mobilize others to come in and, you know, come in and bring support so that we bridge those gaps? Because these are our people. The students we are training are our people. They will go to support an extension system which is going to have deficits. So we need to be asking ourselves, as government is organizing itself on its own side, what can we be doing in the meantime? What kind of discussions need to be had by who? So that we bridge the current capacity gaps. For me, that is important because every day I am working with young people and I see that we are having this. We need to reinvent how extension happens. I know, you know, when we sit with our elders, we have got to sit and listen. But I think, Prof, we found when you were born, when you went to school, you were told the earth is round. Do you know, if we came and we were told it is a triangle, that's all we could be believing. Because we will be going looking for the corner. Maybe it has many corners. Every one of us, we end our life not having seen where the corners are. It guides us to pursue extension the way it has been done before. In light of even emerging technologies. Now there is this thing called GPT. You have heard about it. Even today, I see in the media, they are saying artificial intelligence is going to turn our lives over. Just to be thinking on this extension and how it happens. This is a discussion nobody has had. I think in other fields, in journalism and media, even in our school training programs, we know.
Now the rest ziko ni hiyo moja tuko kusia, so akuja ashughulike, alafu wengine atakuja
now start telling the software to write the report. Hey, you just write. I had if you pay a little money, it is open to send to Prof. And he has no way. The main thing is we have no way of knowing, did this come from the machine or did it come from the other thing? You know, and I ask this, Peter, because one of the issues which we have to deal with is an extension.
Hiyo tutajiwekea. Alafu mwambie kuna desktop fulani hapa nataka tu aniangalie, hiyo sio
And then you throw it to Dr. Nkrumah or the other expert, and then you provide the answer. You build confidence in this country. I think these are very important things. We need to also do something called a soul searching. A soul searching, like, are we really serving the mandate for which we were established? Because we are here, a very strong organization. I don't know how you perceive KeFAAS. Me, I see KeFAAS like a trailer. Okay, using the comparatively, let's say you take a car or a lorry and a trailer. I see KeFAAS like a trailer. I know there are some people who see it like a small Uber car. You know, it only depends on what is a trailer carrying. You know, you can have a trailer, but carrying a few things, 2 packets of Uber. Moving. It is here we are seeing it into Russia. with a container, but only having a few things. I think KeFAAS is a powerful organization. The platform, I understand a little bit about KeFAAS. Maybe I should make a declaration because I worked even with the board members here who are developing the strategic plan. So I have this kind of an insight on what was KeFAAS established to do. There is a whole big expectation upon KeFAAS. For me, and the platform is already there, the structures are already in place. We need to make sure we are really lifting the load all together, so that we don't operate like a small van. We are here, you shoot there like this. We can do great things together, and I'm certain of this, Peter. The other thing for me, the title of this, I just read it as I was there. It talks about revitalizing agriculture, extension, and advisory services as a vehicle for agricultural transformation in a bottom-up economy. Now you see, even I use the vehicle. I had not noted the vehicle is here. What vehicle? Is it as a car or is a thing? But I wanted to say this because right now, we see that there is a lot the current government is doing towards agricultural transformation in a bottom-up economy. One of the issues now is about the food, cost of food and cost of living. And there's a lot. One of the points I will talk about, I'll still spare some minutes to run quickly through my slides, is what the government is doing. And I want to ask a question. Is extension featuring anywhere? Among the initiatives that government is taking in this bottom-up thing, are we featuring anywhere? Let's ask ourselves the things that government has done around the bottom-up thing. What have they done? They've set up the Hustler Fund. Is extension featuring anywhere? Maybe you look for it, you might see it. They are subsidizing things. Is extension featuring anywhere? So if the things government doing was a convoy, let's visualize it as a convoy of cars going somewhere in Safara. Would there be a vehicle written extension? I am trying to see whether we align our thing for today. I don't know where, okay, this is supposed to go down. The issue of, let me just run through this slide. It is the only one or two of that will touch on curriculum, and I'm really so happy the issue of curriculum has been touched because I do think part of the problem we have is around our training programs. We have some deficiencies. The rest of society has moved on, and our training has a bit of deficit. We did some work with Peter and KeFAAS around the nutrition-sensitive agriculture and nutrition-sensitive extension. And this is an agenda which has been really pushed very strongly by global organizations, FAO and others. Nutrition says, what is nutrition-sensitive agriculture? I don't want to go through training, but we need to be attentive to how agriculture happens so that we are not only doing it for the sake of doing it. I wanted to say, because looking to the future of Kenya, we have to orient and serve this industry which is more export-oriented. In fact, I saw today the dollar depreciation thing. They're saying the shilling is falling. And the IMF says it is a good thing because the dollar value is so high, it's 140 now. It will encourage people to think of exporting things, isn't it? Because for every dollar you earn, when you convert it to Kenya shillings, it's good money, isn't it? So we are saying, think more, it will let it float, even leave it to 170, it is good. It will push you from this thing of going Sukumaliki for Kangemi, things for other markets. But we are here, we are the extension people. Are we ready to support an extension-oriented agriculture sector? We've got to be asking ourselves these questions. So anyway, these are the things. And for me, the issue is how are we linking nutrition-sensitive extension? One that pays attention to the needs of people, to seasonal variation, because we see climate issues now. Sometimes there is this crop, sometimes it's not there. The different needs of women, children, the people who are sick and all that, the food safety issues have been mentioned now. What can KeFAAS do? For me, this is a question, Peter, I think we need to go home knowing or asking ourselves. The issue of curriculum, who is reviewing our curriculum? Because we will go home to KU. Dr. goes back to Egerton and Jeremiah to JQuat and all. Why can't KeFAAS take up the role of take our curriculum? You don't need to ask us. Just come and tell me curriculum. Ask Egerton, and then review it and issue a score. And come and tell us, US has, on a scale of 1 to 10, this is where you are in terms of addressing this need. even those soft skills that Dr. Nkrumah has presented here, why can't KeFAAS be the one that gives us a score and says, in terms of addressing soft skills, you are a video over 10. That will make us go and so such. You know, otherwise we sit in our place where we talk. People say, hey, we were not so long ago with my colleagues reviewing a curriculum. I can tell you what happens. If anybody touches the course I teach, I see them as my enemy. You want me to lose a job. So we say, even we try to befriend the person chairing the committee. You know, I chair the committee. So everybody wants to be my friend. You touch the others, leave the one which is mine. So we need a neutral, we need a neutral person to come from outside and tell us, hey, you know, be objective when you are doing these things. You know, the other thing is already, and this has been said, I think who said in China, they are training their staff after 10 years, isn't it? They are retooling after 10 years. This is when we are, because we already have some people who are already in employment. This is the thing they are doing. Who comes back to put this in whatever, whether they are guides or manuals, who organizes this forum for retooling? Even if it was done, Kiambu County does separately, Muranga County, the other one does separately. And there be somebody at the national level saying, if you are going to retool your practitioners, let us agree that this is the standard thing we want to see there. And then the issue of private sector extension has also been here, because as public sector extension becomes weak, we see private sector driven extension becoming more important. And yet, what is the thing that drives private sector extension? It isn't to sell, isn't it? It is business. It is business. But if KeFAAS, for example, could consider a partnership or an engagement, you are telling the private sector, fine, you have your people, let us build their capacity so that they can be probably more effective in doing these things. And then we need, one of the things we realized when we were doing that study, to do these things, we need to work with other experts, because we are not necessarily the experts of nutrition or the linkage. It was said here, to understand the link between pesticides and health, people's health, you need to work with medical people, isn't it? I can tell you this because I was doing one project funded by the National Research Fund. And one component was to find this link, which is suspected between pesticides and human health. And so we went to look for people from the medical teaching department. And they say, we are very busy looking after COVID and all this other thing. Pesticides, fine, we will come back after we do this other thing. So you see, we now need somebody to bring us together. I wish they were here in this room, because I think, Peter, in other times, we need to bring these other experts to work with them. Recently, there has been an ongoing debate here on the GMO. And this was triggered after the government opened up, and said, we are now going to allow production and marketing of genetically produced crops. What happened? We saw a resurgence of these groups who are for and others against. Very strong. We had a debate, and some of you are there. You probably know what happened. You probably know what happened. And then you see, what is the risk I see? Is the risk of misleading biased positions from my colleagues, those of us who are from the research side and academia. We are posturing and presenting all kinds of, which will favor us. You see, the others are also presenting, and this is creating. My own mother asked me, what is all this about? Can you please tell me, should I eat this thing? Or I said, maybe you have already eaten it. And then recently, actually, she revisited this thing and told me she had some scratch, an itching hand. She thinks it might be this thing we are talking about on TV. What I am saying is this: we do need a neutral, non-biased moderator. And Peter can attest to this. Me, I was telling him that KeFAAS needs to be the one that stands between these different groups, isn't it? Present a credible, just support this or that. I know, Peter, you have your opinion about this GMO. I know he certainly has a position on it. But now, when KeFAAS comes with a body and says, we just want people to have a good, well-balanced discussion. I was there, Peter. Yes, I was there, but we must not give up. Right now, what happened? We lost, I think what I said, the baby and the water. because we are hungry, we didn't eat the GMO, we came to a standstill simply because we allowed this kind of a thing and there was no, moderator who could come in between. And I think for these stakeholders, like the farmers, consumers, those people who are selling this and doing business, extension service providers can be strategically positioned, to do this thing without bias, without anything, as long as they are well informed. Come with facts. They are there and they are already trusted within their communities. I think, and then we should be asking ourselves, what more different can we do other than organizing a webinar? We should need to be asking, maybe we should be issuing some position paper occasionally on this thing. At the beginning, I mentioned this thing because right now we see there is a quite a heavy investment by government on subsidy schemes, a great thing, and we are hoping these will grow and we will reduce the price of hunger. There is already a significant database, I believe, of farmers because the government said they have to be registered to get this fertilizer. Unfortunately, not everyone went for registration, but they are there. Now, what is being provided? At least we know fertilizer is being provided. Seed is being provided. Maybe there will be financing. I think there will be some kind of financing, or it's already there. What is missing in this package? It is not there. That's the thing. So I ask Peter, do you think if you give somebody fertilizer and seed, even if you give them money, if they don't have the knowledge, I'm not saying the price of hunger will not come down. Far from it, I think it will come down. But maybe if we added knowledge to this package, it would come down significantly. But who is going to push this agenda? I think that has to begin in this room. This is a platform that says, we think we are missing something in this package. We think, and then don't just say we are missing something. Present a proposal on how it can be. Because we already have this large number of farmers here. They provide a phone number, isn't it? Why can't we even do extension? Whether it is USSD or whichever, can we say, hey, we already have this, I don't know how many thousands of farmers. You allowed us to send a small text about what you do with maize. Yesterday I have received an SMS from a farmer asking, how can I manage a fall armyworm? Actually, he didn't know. He sent me a photo of fall armyworm. Just like that. And from there on the phone, I have said, you go do this, you can do this, you can do this. And we had a discussion. Can we leverage this kind of platforms, which is existing? I'm asking, how can extension be added to that? And then not only that, so that we don't, because these are other issues. Like we are only providing, I don't know whether it is DAP or NCAN, isn't it? How could we anchor that around? Per acre. So we need tools and pest control options. We need to subsidize these services as well. And then we say, because I know like in Israel, they have a good lab. So you can come and say, could we, farmers said we offer our services for part of this brokenness or brokenness, which is with our institutions, mine included. A lot of that billion which is going to subsidy scheme, even if you are just told 10 million to support soil analysis, isn't it? Couldn't it be something? The signature of a doctor or prof. You say even the farmer will be saying this one is for real. You see, that's the thing. Otherwise, the other thing is also climate information. It's missing in the package. We give seed, you give fertilizer, but you're not telling somebody, hey, the rain will not come or whatever will happen. For me, the other thing, and I think this is a good moment for KeFAAS also, ask yourself, because we've given subsidies for maize, I don't know for what else. How about Kenyans who are living outside of these regions where maize is grown? Who speaks for them? And Peter, there was a discussion about linking to counties. Probably some are represented here. But we need to also see, because even if we solve only problem for maize, then we need to address the needs of these other people who are, because extension service is everyone, isn't it? It is everyone. There are those who keep camel, who are keeping what, all these things are there. Eh? Beyond there. I am saying we have a data gold mine. Data gold mine. This database of farmers, I know there is a data protection act and everything, but what can we do to leverage it? The future is data driven. You know, all these corporations like in the Safaricom, even your bank, they are now seated there waiting for data. They know you more than you know yourself. Eh? You know, I had somebody tell me this smart TV is looking at you. When you are watching it, it is watching you. Eh? Yes, and it knows. Have you watched the video? It will bring you some kind of advertisement. It will listening to you. What has it been doing? Gathering data about you. This one likes watching TV at 10 p.m. The other one, I don't know. That is the same thing. Safaricom monitors you and then knows like this. The bank knows you are like, when you are broke, you know you are broke. That's when they start telling you, you can take a loan. And if you pay by the evening, we will give you. What are we doing about this data? Because it's like a gold mine. What can we propose to the government? You know, within the ambits of the law. Ask KeFAAS, what can we do? So that by next year, we can come and tell the government, we did just collect data to give fertilizer. We did more with it, isn't it? We did more with it. You pardon this, I had no better way of doing it. This is my last slide. KeFAAS, the role you could play as a broker, as an enabler of effective partnerships, because we see part of the problem which is bedeviling us here, agriculture sector, is this disconnect between the key actors and stakeholders. I think much has been said. You asked, academia are in this box. The research organizations are here, but even within the research system, they are fragmented because they are the national ones, like Akinakaro, and others in the university, and the regional ones, isn't it? Akinairi, you know, those CPS, CMIT, and wherever else, they are here. But sometimes they are in the research, but apart. You see? Industry is here. The farmers are here, the cooperatives, which I know are your friends. Maybe they have a small time. They are very far apart. They are far apart. Yet if you speak to industry today, they will tell you, we are here, we are moving, we are waiting. We want to work together, but we are not. Look at the other guys here, these funding organizations, the donors, because everybody wants to work with them and we appreciate their role. Now they are there, maybe they are there, but here is the government, the central and the counties, they are here. And then they are here, they are actors. I couldn't find where to put them. I know Peter 2 days ago when we talked, he said, you know, it's very difficult to bring people like the telcos, like in the Safaricom and Airtel. They see the data doesn't show they can make money out of you. They stay here and watch you. Yeah? But me, I believe we need to be in some place like this where we can speak to each other. And the one who has that kind of a convening possibility is KeFAAS. Because if they are called by government, they think you are coming to see whether you have paid taxes. Yeah, if they are called by university, they say we are broke. We are coming to ask for their money. Yeah? You call this, anyway, everybody has their own issue. Yeah? Their own issue. Peter, I end there, and I thank you very much for the opportunity. I end with a story. Let me just tell you before I go. I was watching something yesterday night. About 2 men who found gold. They were in Australia. It sounds like, it looked to me like a true story. So you men, just when someone in the desert, they were just moving around where they were going, they found gold. And this gold was like real, you know, a big rock in the ground. Unfortunately, they could not remove it. They tried to dig it out and they couldn't. Then eventually they agreed, one will stay there and watch the gold. The other one will go and look for an excavator. The problem was we will be just watching over the gold. And we will next year when we go, I tell you how it ended up. But sometimes these people are like that. We have all found gold. We will not agree. We will be watching it and we will go away. We will not trusting each other. And I think KeFAAS can help us in this. I thank you very much.
It's a very good discussion, and I think he has a lot of questions. which we need to address for the basic community. So now I think it's almost 2 o'clock, and I'm still lunch is ready. So we are going to break for lunch. Let's make it very short, possibly 40 minutes, because we want to have a very small assignment based on all what we have discussed, so that we can have a document which will be able to work on going forward, possibly for the coming 1 year, so that when we meet here again, we'll be able to see how far we have gone. So Marcel will be able to take us through that after lunch. The lunch will start the bacteria, where we normally do lunch. So we are going to break for 40 minutes. Let's come back so that we take a very, very short time to finish that exercise. And then we go to the other session for the chair. So who is going to play for us? Good. Pam want to play for us.
Because I'll have the crowd say something.
Okay, just come here. Please have me and then.
Like this, Eva, I just wanted to say something about this. The partnership with the established. There's one major partnership that is missing here. You can tell me which one? Media. Why do you always talk about media in the things that we are doing? This room today, the things I've had, somebody would have run out of it. But we always put media. How they must do our proposals, as we do our agenda for meetings, because they have a major place. They are the voice. And when we talk about writing something for the media, I mean, what you can write something and you can get it printed as one of those opinion pieces. Anybody here, please know that you can do that. And you can get it, especially those GMO debates or just a not agriculture extension. Draft something, you'll get it into one of those pages because those pages are for us. But please let's do media as much as because it will help us be the voice of the extension. About the 10 minutes maximum for the opportunity that tell us to gather here today. We thank you for all the conversation that has gone on, conversation that's not just enriching us, but is conversation that is of benefit for this country as far as food extension and food and nutrition is concerned. We thank you for all the people made presentations here. All of us who've been participated in this, that probably will make us best of the work that is ahead of us. We thank you for the food that's been prepared for us, that it will nourish us and strengthen us, even as we serve the people of this country. With this, we in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord.
So, 40 minutes. Hello, our online participants. I can see we are quite a number of us. We are breaking for lunch. And then after that, we are going to have some group discussions. So we challenge to have an online group because of the arrangement. So what we'll be able to do after this, we'll be able to release and then we the online, and then we more on the participants who are here. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you very, very much. We'll be able to share the communication and the policy documents which are coming out with you. You'll be able to get all the information, and then from there, we should be able to share and give you the way forward. So we really want to take this opportunity to say thank you for honoring the invitation for this first inaugural extension symposium. The first one, we can see it has started well. So we progress and we have this activity actually, if God allows. So far, so good. So thank you very much. If you have any question or any concern, you can
Thank you very much, Mr.
and then we could be able to. You can just unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Mangi. No, I didn't hear your last part.
Yeah. Anybody with any like or you wish to add, you are unmuted so that you can.
Mr. Mangi, we can't hear you. There is a lot of noise behind.
This 11.
Mr. Mangi, if you can hear me.
So I don't see any what? I don't see any message. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Catherine. So we are now breaking for lunch. You have a small session after that. And then you'll be able to, thank you very much. Your questions, and you'll be able to align with us. I can see what Paula is still there. We really appreciate it, and thank you very much. Be best.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yes? No, it's okay, yeah, but